Sagot ay C. Upang maging mas makatotohanan ang larawang iginuguhit. O hayan mga bata, tapos na ang ating aralin. Naway natuto kayong mabuti. Sana ay lalo nyong pagbutihin ang pagsasanay sa pagguhit. I-apply nyo ang espasyo, ang middle ground, foreground at background. Tayo na ay dadako sa mga pinadalang tanong mula sa ating FB friends. Ang unang tanong ay galing kay Althea Silvestre ng Patalan, Tarlac. At ang kanyang tanong ay, nung bata kayo, magaling na kayo agad gumuhit ng landscape? Hi Althea! Kumusta kayo dyan sa sa Patalan, Tarlac? Dun sa tanong mo kung magaling na akong gumuhit ng bata ako, alam ko, alala ko hindi pa. Pero alam mo, ang isang bagay na mayroon ako ng bata ko, gusto kong matutong mag-drawing. Kaya gumuguhit ako, alam mo saan ako gumuguhit? Nagpa-practice sa papel, sa lupa, sa pader, kung saan. Basta tandaan natin yung kasabihan na practice makes perfect. Kaya practice lang mag-practice, hindi pa naman huli ang lahat. Kung gusto mong mag-try magguhit, start na ngayon. Para sa ating ikalawang tanong, ang tanong ay galing kay Allen Heronilla from San Agustin, Victoria, Tarlac. Sabi niya, pagbati po sa family ko sa San Agustin, Victoria, Tarlac at mga teacher ko sa San Agustin Elementary School, lalong-lalo na ang mga SSCS grade 6. Wow, binati pa talaga niya. Ang kanyang tanong ay, any tips po sa pagkukulay ng foreground, middle ground at background? At yung huli niyang tanong ay, ano po ang maaring gamiting pangkulay? Actually, Allen, may dalawang tanong Sagutin muna natin yung unang tanong. Ang tanong mo ay, any tips po sa pagkukulay ng foreground, middle ground at background? Ang may papayo ko lang sa'yo, Allen, ay siyempre, kung ano yung nasa foreground, dapat yun yung mga matitindi ang kulay. Kasi para ma-emphasize sila, siyempre, pag malapit naman ang bagay na ating tinitignan, mas alam natin kung anong kulay. Tapos sa middle ground naman ay mas mapusyaw siya ng konti kumpara sa foreground kasi medyo lumalayo ka nga At ganun din sa background. Dapat yung background ay medyo light, very light. Kasi siyempre malayo, hindi natin alam kung ano yung talagang kulay niya. Kaya habang palayo ng palayo, dapat pakusnaw siya ng pakusnaw para lalong parang makatotohanan yung iyong drawing. At saka yung ikalawang tanong, ano ang pwedeng gamitin sa pag-drawing ng landscape? Actually, Allen, kung ano ang kaya mo muna, kung halimbawa, Crayola muna ang kaya mo, go on. Pero kung gusto mong mag-adventure, kung try mo yung ibang medium, like, pwede rin naman na sa edad mo, kung grade 6 ka, pwede ka nang gumamit ng pastel, try mo din ang watercolor, at saka try mo din yung acrylic. Pero tandaan mo na kung try ka lang ng try, kung anong hiyang mo, kasi may mga artist kasi na mas kwan nila yung acrylic, may mga artist naman na mas hiyang nila yung tinatawag nating pastel. So, depende sa'yo anak kung anong gusto mong gamitin. Pero as a beginner, papayo ko sa'yo, mag-start ka muna sa Crayola, sa pencil color, tapos try mo yung pastel. Sa pastel naman kasi dapat medyo may diin, kwan mo siya ng tinatawag nating bulak. Tapos, pag magaling ka na, pwede nang gamitin ang acrylic. At ang pinakahuling tanong ay galing kay Desiree Likigan ng Tagumbao, Herona, Tarlac. Hi Desiree, ang tanong mo ay, if magdodrawing po ako ng landscape, ano Ano po ang pwede kong ilagay? Ay, kung magdodrawing po ako ng garden, ano pong pwede kong ilagay sa background? So, Desiree, hi, kumusta ka dyan? Hello sa inyo sa Tagumbao. So, kung gusto mong mag-drawing na landscape at garden ang gusto mong gawin, pwede ka namang gumamit ng, ang maging background ay pwedeng ganito. So, try ko lang mag-drawing, Di ba, mayroon pa namang oras. Pwede, halimbawa, ito yung garden mo. Pwede kang magkuhan na dyan ng bundok, tapos maliit na kuhan. Ayan. Pwede mong lagyan ng malilit na puno. At pwede rin mga malilit na bahay. Pero tandaan natin, Desiree, dapat ito ay mas maliit kumpara sa doon sa dalawang portion. At dito nagtatapos ang ating art session. Dali, kunin na nyo ang inyong learning activity sheet, ang inyong papel, ang inyong lapis, at start na kayong sagutan ito at mag-drawing na rin kayo. Ito po si Teacher Diane na nagsasabing, sa art, isipin mo, kaya mo, magagawa mo. Ang inyong teacher broadcaster para sa Aralin Arts 5. Paalam!
Ngayong taon, bukod sa sunod-sunod ng mga bagyo na tumama sa Pilipinas at nagdulot ng malawakang pagbaha, isa pang malaking pagsubok ang kinailangang harapin, hindi lamang ng ating bansa, kundi ng buong mundo. Ito ay ang pandemyang COVID-19. Tunay nga na naging mapanghamon ang taong 2020 para sa ating mga Pilipino. Ngunit sa kabila ng lahat ng ito, anuman ang mga pagsubok na kailangan nating malampasan, palaging nariyan ang ating mga magigiting na frontliners at first responders na laging handang magligtas ng buhay at maglingkod sa mga kababayan nating nangangailangan ng tulong.
I assure everyone that your government is on top of the situation. I guarantee you that your government will do its best to provide assistance in the form of shelters, relief goods, financial aid, and post-disaster counseling. Rest assured, the government will not leave anybody behind. We will get through this crisis, I assure you. As one nation, kapit po tayo, mga kababayan, magbayanihan po tayong lahat.
Nararapat lamang na bigyan natin sila ng pagpupugay para sa kanilang ipinapamalas na kabayanihan. Hindi alintana ang anumang panganib. Magampanan lamang ang kanilang tungkulin. Kahanga-hanga ang dedikasyon ng mga bayaning responders sa kanilang trabaho at pagmamalasakit sa kapwa. Ibinubuwis maging ang sariling buhay para sa kaligtasan ng ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po.
As the world faces COVID-19, there are several measures one can take to help fight this virus. Here are some ways to prevent the spread of the virus. Number 1, avoid big crowds. Number 2, maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between you and the person who shows symptoms of the disease. Number 3, always cover your mouth or nose with tissues or your arm when coughing or sneezing, and immediately throw away used tissues. Number 4, avoid touching your mouth and nose. Number 5, wear a face mask if you are experiencing fever, cough, and colds. Number 6, Wash your hands regularly with clean water and soap. Number 7. Always bring an alcohol-based sanitizer wherever you go. If you are experiencing symptoms such as fever, cough, cold, shortness of breath, or having difficulty breathing, head to the nearest hospital as soon as you can or call the following hotline for assistance. DOH hotline 02-8651-7800, local 1149 to 1150. And to keep track of the current number of COVID-19 cases in the Philippines, you can go to ncovtracker.doh.gov.ph. We can beat this as long as we're always prepared and work together. For more information, you can visit the Department of Health's official website at www.doh.gov.ph. This is Secretary Martin Andanar of the Presidential Communications Operations Office.
Kami po sa Radyo Pilipino Media Group ay nagagalak dahil patuloy po namin kayo mapagsisilbihan, hindi lamang po sa DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac but maging sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. At hindi lang po sa TV, mapapanood nyo rin po ang mga content sa RTV Channel 26 through our social medias, Facebook and YouTube. Again, I want to congratulate our team who worked hard for this to be possible, the first provincial TV station here in Tarlac. Maraming salamat po sa lahat and God bless us all.
Magandang tanghali, Maya paugto, kaya kayungan. At syempre po, break muna yung mga teachers o teacher broadcasters natin na natapos na po. And our students, grade 4, okay na tapos na. Tapos na yung 4 subjects ninyo. And by this time, ready na. Ito na, kasamang Lynn. At nandito na. Nag-hi na, nag-good afternoon na itong grade 5 natin. Grade 8. Grade 8 and 9. So, kanina, grade 5 po, no?
4 and 5.
Oo, 4 and 5. Yung 4 natin is 4 subjects. So, 10:30. Then, 10:30 hanggang 12:30 po kanina yung ating grade 5. So, grade 8 tayo. At yung mga teacher broadcasters na magle-lesson for this afternoon ay ready na sila. Kami naman, always ready kami ng aking partner. So this is Leng Lopez Thompson po saying, Maya paugdo.
Yes, Ate Leng. Ayan, magandang tanghali po sa lahat na po ng ating mga regular viewers sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat, saan man pong lupalop kayo naroroon, saan man pong panig ng Tarlac kayo naroroon. Ayan, yung inaabot po ng ating Channel 26 sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Good afternoon po. We hope nag-e-enjoy po kayo sa inyong lunch ngayon, Dahan-dahan lang po. Dahan-dahan lang sa pagkain. Ayan, break time ng mga estudyante natin. Pwede pa rin namang manood yung mga 4 and 5, sa susunod na yung panghapong klase po natin. At gaya nga po ng binanggit ni Ate Leng, ang panghapon po natin ngayon, starting at 1 o'clock, exactly 1 p.m. Ayan, mga grades 8 and 9 naman po. Yes, sila naman po yung tuturuan ng ating mga teacher broadcasters na ang gagaling po talaga. Ang huhusay ng mga teachers natin, no?
Kanina may pa-drawing pa si last teacher natin,
Sa MAPE.
Oo. Yes, tama. Sa MAPE,
Opo.
Wala yung pangalan ni teacher. Babanggitin ko sana. Congrats, teacher. Galing-galing nung kanyang visual kanina.
Opo.
Diba, Direk?
Ang hirap pag diba, Tileng? Ang hirap magturo ng
Pero
ng
nakaka-enjoy
music
bilang
arts.
manunood.
Opo, nakakatuwa lang.
Na-amaze ako at na-appreciate ko, no, yung effort po ng ating mga teacher broadcasters.
Ayun, si Teacher Dayanara Facun, siya yata yung ating
Kanina?
MAPE teacher. Opo, ayan, ma'am, galing ni ma'am mag-drawing. Husay. Ako kaya kailan ako matututong mag-drawing.
Ay, nako.
Parang bilog lang, pag tao
Oo.
bilog, tapos ganun, isang pahaba. Mga
Medyo,
ganun lang.
medyo poor yata ako dyan din. Sa
Ayun.
drawing.
Ayun. So, naku po, atas meron din tayo kanina, no? Napanood natin, naririnig natin kanina,
Mm-mm.
Ate Leng, yung
Mm-mm.
ano naman, yung isang teacher po naman sa parang EPP. Ayan,
Oo.
yung bago si ma'am kanina. Meron tayong EPP kanina. No? So,
Mm-mm.
parang tinuturuan sila kung ano yung parte nung makina. Yung
Mm-mm,
makinang
mm-mm.
digulong. Yung mga lumang makina. Kasi
Oo.
baka mamaya yung mga millennials natin dyan o kaya yung mga generation, ano na ba tayo, Z, hindi na nila alam kung ano yung itsura ng makina.
Mm-mm,
Ayan. So,
mm-mm.
kanina
Tama.
tinuro po ni
Oo.
ma'am kung ano-ano yung bahagi ng makina. Actually, ako hindi ko rin yun memorize eh.
Yes,
Pero
oo.
meron pa po kaming ganong makina. Ginagamit pa rin po ng nanay ko yan. Dyan sa Tarlac. No?
Oo.
Nakakatuwa po kasi yung iba, yung mga bata ngayon, Ate Leng, hindi na alam kung ano yon. Kasi kala nila laruan lang na papadyak-padyakin mo. Ayan. So, hindi nila alam na makina po yun. Kasi ngayon,
Meron din si
daming
nanay ko ng
portable.
ganun.
Opo.
Oo, parang table.
Mhm.
Then may ano siya, may inaapakan
Opo,
ka
opo.
sa lower part po noon, ano?
Mm-mm.
Ngayon kasi puro demotor na kasamang lin.
Opo.
Noon papadyak-padyak lang ano si nanay.
Mm-mm.
So, at least na-introduce pa 'yun sa ating
Opo.
mga grade 4 and grade 5.
Yes.
Okay. So, shout out mamaya-maya yung ating kasama rito at gusto ko lang banggitin ano. Actually, lagi po natin nababanggit, nababati at ang ating mga DEPED officials, ano, yung mga head natin sa DEPED province. Hawak ko ngayon na kasamang Lin. Ito yung mga district assignment of public schools, district supervisors, yung mga DS natin. Para at least alam po natin kung sino yung nasa Central District, di ba? Yung
Opo.
South, yung East, at saka yung hawak mo dyan kasamang Lin, ano?
Opo.
So, para naman nabanggit po natin sila isa-isa, no? At eto po, kinlaster na ito from 1, 2, 3, and
4.
4. 4
Opo.
po yung hawak ni Lynn, ano? So, gusto ko lang i-greet din at i-mention po yung ating mga district assignment of public schools districts supervisors po natin, ano? From Camiling Central District, si Madam Lailani M. Hunyo. Ayan. From Camiling East District is Madam Levy J. Palafox. From Camiling West District po is Madam Catalina Castañeda. Yan yung ating pong mga district supervisors natin, ano? Mayantok District. Ayan, Pitong Bayog, Mayantok, naalala mo? Si Ma'am Tessie Manuel. Then from San Clemente District, puro mga weste po ito, no? San Clemente District is si Sir Raleigh Castro. Ang ating Santa Ignacia North District naman is Ma'am Angelita Bautista. And from Santa Ignacia South District po ay si Ma'am Jerlyn C. Valete. Then sa Cluster 2, mamaya babanggitin ni kasamang Lin po yung Cluster 3 and 4, di ba? So, ang Cluster 2 po is Anao District, si Ma'am Rhea Madamba. Then, Moncada South District po is si Sir Wiki Hunyo. Moncada North District is Sir Roger Ramos. Paniki North District is Pedro Orzame, si Sir Pedro. Paniki South po is Ma'am Marisa Kuchapin. Paniki West is Sir Teddy Hoson. Then Ramos District po si Ma'am Cecilia Guzman. San Manuel District naman is Sir Romel Reginaldo po ang San Manuel District. So, Cluster 3 and 4, eto, kasamang Lin, yung additional mo sa Cluster 3, then 4. Yan po yung ating mga district supervisors pa rin po natin.
Ayan, okay. So, ina-acknowledge pa rin po natin, yung mga supervisors po natin sa Cluster 3 naman po. From Herona North District, Ate Leng, magandang hapon. Baka nakamonitor sila ngayon, yung ating pong mga district supervisors. From Herona North District, si Sir Willie Partido. Magandang tanghali po. Magandang tanghali din sa ating Herona South District Supervisor, si Ma'am Angeline Nango. Yan. From Pura District, nandyan naman po si Ma'am Marilu Santiago. Yan. Ito naman, dalawang district po ang San Jose. Yung San Jose East District, si Ma'am Venus Partido. Samantala, sa San Jose West District naman po, si Miss Annie Michelle Laurzano. Ayan, good afternoon po mga district supervisors natin. Good afternoon din po sa ating mga district supervisors sa Victoria East District, si Ma'am Elsa Aguilar. At sa Victoria West District naman, si Ma'am Marisa Damian. Ayan, yan po yung kabuuan ng ating Cluster 3, ng district supervisors natin. And then, meantime, ito po naman yung sa Cluster 4 natin, Ate Leng. Ang Cluster 4, dito po na nabibilang yung bayan namin, ang Kapas, ayan, Bamban, Kapas, Concepcion, Lapas. Ayan, sila po yung nasa Cluster 4. Binabati po natin at ino-acknowledge natin yung ating mga district supervisors sa Bamban East District, si Ma'am Nicolasa Kamaya. Ayan, good afternoon. Sa Bamban West District naman, si Ma'am Flor Serfida Mutu. Ayun. And then, ito po, tatlo yung Kapas, isang Kapas East District, si Ma'am Loida Zamora. Ayan. From Capas West District naman po, si Sir Roberto Santos Jr. Good afternoon, Sir Roberto. Good afternoon din po sa District Supervisor naman ng Capas Central District, si Sir Delphine Sibal. Ayan, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Magandang tanghali din sa ating mga District Supervisors sa Concepcion naman. Concepcion East District, si Ma'am Rosalinda Bartolome. Ayan. Sa Concepcion North District, si Sir Roderick Rivera. Ayun. Good afternoon, Sir Roderick. Good afternoon din po sa ating District Supervisor from Concepcion South District, si Sir Joey Quizon. And then, sa Concepcion West District naman, nandyan po si Ma'am Cecilia Gomez. Magandang hapon po, Ma'am. Magandang hapon din sa ating La Paz North District Supervisor, si Ma'am Marilyn Pascua. Who incidentally ay nandito daw, di ba, kanina, Ate Leng. I just don't know kung nandyan pa rin, nakaantabay pa rin si Ma'am Marilyn Pascua ng La Paz North District. And finally, sa La Paz South District naman po, si Mr. Arsenio Espinosa Jr. Yan po yung ating mga district supervisors. Ate Leng?
Thank you so much po. Ayan, yung ating mga masisipag na mga district supervisors natin buong province of Tarlac. So this time naman, yung mga schedules natin for this afternoon, grade 8 po and 9. Pero kanina, gusto nating pasalamatan si Doc Lamberto Gamurot. Siya po yung ating Officer of the Day this morning from 8:30 to 12:25. So, this afternoon po, ang ating Officer of the Day, si Miss Dalen. Ayan. Hi, Ma'am Dalen Roy. Siya po yung ating Officer of the Day. So, Tuesday po tayo ngayon at 1 to 1:25, kasamang Lynn, ang mga subjects today. English, ayan. Si Teacher Broadcaster Gracia Manansala ang first teacher natin pamaya-maya, And 1:30 to 1:55, ito yung talagang napatawa ko Araling Panlipunan. Sabi ko ano itong aral pan?
Bagong subject.
Grabe, until now, tumatawa po kami ni Lynn. So, 1:30 to 1:55, si Teacher Jennifer Janoya. Then, 2 to 25 po, EPP. Ayan, si Teacher Alistair Datu. Wow, ganda ng pangalan, ha? Talagang so unique ang pangalan ni Teacher Alistair Datu. So 2:30 to 2:55 po, MAPE naman, ano? Si Sir James Patrick Ramos. So yan po yung ating grade 8 and now yung grade 9 sked natin and lesson na kasamang Lynn.
Yes, Ate Leng, yung mga grade 9 naman po, magsisimula po sila ng kanilang klase ng 3:00. Ayan, yung first period po para sa mga grade 9 ay from 3 o'clock till 3:25. Ang first subject po ay English. Ayan, wala pa po yung name ng teacher, no? Maybe later on, malalaman po natin kung sino po yung magtuturo ng kanilang English subject. Ayan, English class mamayang 3 o'clock. And then from 3:30 hanggang 3:55, eto na naman si Aral Pan, Ate Leng. Araling Panlipunan, 3:30 hanggang 3:55. Ayan, ang magtuturo po ay si Teacher Regel Ann Haos. Ayan, si Ma'am Regel. Cute din mga names po ng mga teachers natin, ano? And then, eto naman, from 4 o'clock till 4:25, EPP naman po tayo. At ang magtuturo po sa atin ay walang iba kung hindi si Teacher Cecil Granadoso. Ayan, so yung EPP, 4 o'clock till 4:25. And then, to be followed by yung subject naman po na MAPE. Ito po yung Music, Arts, Physical Education, and Health. Ayan. Ito yung may mga drawing na ginawa din kanina ni Ma'am. Po, from 4:30 till 4:55, ang magtuturo po sa atin ay si Teacher Janet Henyo. Ayun. Yun po yung ating mga classes para sa mga grade 9 pupils. Ayun. So, yan po. Hanggang 5:30 po ang ating Aral TarlakHenyo dito po sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 na sa bayan nyo pong napapakinggan ngayon sa DZTC. Ayan, 828 kHz. And of course, nasa Facebook din po tayo. Meron po tayong live stream na napapanood po ninyo ngayon. Ayan, ang dami na pong nagko-comments. I'm sure na sa dami po niyan, yung iba napapalampas na natin, Ate Leng. Hindi na natin nakikita yung ibang mga comments. Pero maraming salamat po. And reminder lang, once again, dun po sa ating mga learners, especially, no, na mahilig pong mag-comment sa comment box sa ating FB Live.
Yes.
Make sure na related po dun sa topic yung inyong mga i-comment. Kasi meron po tayong mga mata dyan. May nagbabantay sa inyo, baka magulat na lang kayo na block na pala yung Facebook nyo. Sayang naman. So, behave po sa mga learners natin, grades 4, 5, grades 8 and 9. Ayan. So, huwag po magko-comment ng mga off topics at mga personal na mga bagay-bagay po dyan sa ating message box. Make sure, diba, you watch kung ano yung kiniklik nyo. O tingnan ninyo kung ano yung mga kino-comment ninyo. Mag-isip muna kayo bago kayo mag-comment dyan sa ating message box. Careful lang po dahil
Tama yan.
opo, talagang nagmamasid kasi very strict din actually, very strict po yung Facebook at saka very strict din yung ating mga tagabantay dito. So kung medyo hindi makagandahan yung mga topics ninyo or yung mga messages na pinapadala ninyo, sorry na lang, pasensyahan tayo, but we'll have to block you off para hindi na kayo makapag-comment. Hindi natin alam how long yung pagbablock sa inyo, pero sayang naman, 'di ba? Kasi
Yes,
nagagamit
oo.
niyo yung Facebook account ninyo. Okay, Ate Leng?
Tama yun, ano? Tama po yun. Kaya't siguro students, and yung mga magulang din po na nanonood sa ating pong RTV Tarlac Channel 26, sabi ko nga, may mga antena, paayos na po ninyo. Si tatay siguro, para ma-enjoy po ninyo. Ma-enjoy lalo ng inyong mga anak, kung meron po tayong TV na ang gamit natin is antena. Marami pa naman dyan, kaya i-recover na natin at sabi ko nga, buhayin pa rin natin yung ating mga antena po, sa ating mga TV. And syempre, may pagkakataon pa rin na you can use po yung ating FB page, yung ating RTV Channel 26 FB page natin. And over our station, TCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac, Maya pa ugto, kaya kayungan At alam ko, ang dami pong nakatutok sa atin, Natutuwa sila dahil hindi lang TV, kundi radyo pa. Kaya teleradyo po tayo, ano? So, kasamang Lynn, ay, nako, yung ating followers, may following na tayo, 8,919 na po dito sa ating RTV Tarlac FB page natin, ano? So, again, thank you so much po sa inyo, ano? At talagang so happy tayo, no? Siguro, shout out tayo muna. Banggitin ko lang yung aking son na habang ito ay nagla-lunch, si Jervy, si Bok, ayan, at nanonood siya. And eto na, watching from San Clemente po, si Shirley Gapultos. Watching from Santa Ignacia North, si Grace Ratos Ramos Rilveria. Magandang tanghali po from Marisa Marquez Damian. Good afternoon, watching from Paniki South Central Elementary School, si Catalina Mangabat. And anong grade na po? Yan naman ang gusto ko sa inyo eh. Grade 8 na, Ruth Angela Lindo. Diba? At least tinatanong na kung ano yung mga students na manunood na at magle-lesson na, no? So, Leticia Escombien, shout out po sa first technical assistant today, si Farah Aquino Santiago. Yung afternoon natin ng mga ICT natin with Mona Yumul Robles. Ayan, nagpa-shout out na, no? Itong si Leticia sa inyo. And watching from San Clemente District is Gina Tejada Capian. Okay, Lynn? Alam ko marami pa dyan. Ang bilis-bilis kasi ng ating
po,
FB, ano?
Ang bilis nga, Ate Leng. Pero batiin ko na rin, ano, nanonood po yung aking kabatch. Ay, nagugulat sila. Actually, ang dami po palang kabatch ko, Ate Leng, na naging teacher ngayon. Ayan. So, nanonood siya, nagulat daw siya. Parang kamukha to ng kaklase ko. Sabi niya, ako nga to. Good afternoon kay Teacher Marilu Kalagi Sampang. Sa Concepcion po yan.
So, di ba? Enjoy.
Yes,
Oh,
opo.
sosyal. Nasa
Oo.
TV na yung classmate mo.
Magandang tanghali sa'yo, classmate. Maya paugto kaya ka. Makipaugto kami minsan, Ken. Yung Concepcion. Ayan, si Teacher Marilu. And also, batiin ko lang ulit, ano, yung ating mga friends na nanonood po ngayon. Ang ganda kasi ng Facebook. Kasi nga, wide yung reach niya. Yun.
Napakalawak po.
Ayan,
Oo.
ulit, yung ating friends dyan sa may San Diego, Ate Leng. San Diego, US of A, kay Kathy Sacre and family. Good afternoon sa inyo. Good afternoon po sa mga Talavera family. Yan, mga Talavera at Yano family, dyan po sa may Manlapig, Kapas, Tarlac. Magandang hapon din po sa mga Manukduk family. Diyan po sa may Santa Rosa, Concepcion din yan, Ate Leng. So, good afternoon, ano, sa mga kaibigan natin also from Canada. Ayan, na watching po sila ngayon, who incidentally ay nagse-celebrate ng kanyang birthday, yung ating friend dyan, si Miss Marisa Calara Francia. Good afternoon. Ayan, so, happy birthday. I hope maging masaya yung birthday mo. Quarantine birthday, Ate Leng. No? Kakaiba yung mga celebrations natin ngayon. Talagang iniba. Binago po na tong pandemic yung ating mga celebrations. Ano? So, happy birthday, Maris. And happy birthday din kay Miss Elena Manlapig Timog na nandyan naman po ngayon sa UK. Ayan, sa United Kingdom. London. Maganda hapon and happy birthday sa'yo, Lenny. Ayan, at sa mga batchmates po namin dyan sa Dominican, ano, yung mga nanonood ngayon, ang dami talaga naming mga naging teachers na kabatch. Ayun, so magandang hapon at magandang tanghali. Happy viewing sa inyo at sana'y lagi kayong safe wherever you are right now.
Yes.
Diba, Ate Leng?
Oo. Kailangan doble ang pag-iingat pa rin po natin na make sure na naka-face mask tayo, naka-face shield kung lalabas, magdala ng alcohol. Then kung may mga washing station sa mga dadaanan nyo po, yung mga pupuntahan po ninyo, make sure no na dapat maghugas ng dapat yung malinis talaga, ano? Huwag basta-basta po yung bilisang paghuhugas po o washing of hands. Okay, so public service tayo bago tayo bumalik doon sa ating mga shout-out, ha? So, okay, oo, mabilisan lang po. Chikiting ligtas sa dagdag bakuna kontra rubella, polio, and tigdas. Punta po sa mga health center o sa inyo pong mga piling-piling mga lugar ng inyong mga barangay health workers. Okay. So, kasamang Lynn, ano? Alam ko, so ready na? Ready na yung mga teachers natin? At by next week, magkakaroon tayo ng bagong set of teacher broadcasters. So, ititrain po sila ni Direk Kiko with Direk Ana po, ano? Sa ating pong mga bagong set of teachers natin na may enjoy ninyo talaga. May enjoy po ninyo dahil iba ito eh. Lynn, ano? Iba
Opo.
yung may dagdag kaalaman po tayo. Biro nyo, ano? Kung di nagka-pandemic, hindi man kayo makakapasok sa ating sa ating radio and TV station po natin, ng ating RTV Tarlac Channel 26. And over our station, DCTC 828 AM, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. And FB page.
Opo, yung FB page po natin. Yes, wag pong kalimutan. I-like and share po ang RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Ayan. So, maraming salamat po. Papaalam na ulit tayo, Ate Leng, ano? Maraming salamat.
Hanggang bukas po, 7:30.
Ayan.
Leng Lopez Johnson po.
Yes, ito naman po ang inyong lingkod, si Lynn Gabilan. Hanggang sa muli po, stay safe. God bless.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac ay sasailalim sa radio-based instruction, katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
First of all, I would like to say thank you to our sponsors for having this Aral TarlakHenyo for the benefit of our learners. My dear teachers, my dear parents, and everybody else in DEPED Tarlac family, you are invited to be a part of this. Get involved, engage with it, ask a lot of questions so that we can improve more because this is for you. To you, my dear parents, this is now the opportunity for you to reach us out. Be with us. Tune in to this radio station, DCTC, Radio Pilipino, sa ating pong talapihitan, 828 AM radio po yan, Angat TarlakHenyo. This is for all of us. God bless us all.
To our partners in DEPED, thank you po sa inyong entusiasmo in helping our province meet the gap between distance learning and quality of education for our children. Sa mga TV ninyo, pwede kayo manood ng DEPED sa Channel 26. This is first and only TV station in Tarlac owned by Radio Pilipino Media Group na nagpartner kasama ng DEPED na gumawa ng Aral TarlakHenyo. Proyekto po ito ng DEPED Tarlac Province in partnership with DZTC Radio Pilipino Tarlac and RTV Tarlac Channel 26. So, yung mga walang tablet or walang internet, pwede manood dito sa programang ito at doon nyo po makikita at masusundan ang mga module ng DEPED sa distance learning. Yung iba pong nakatira, hindi sa Tarlac City, kailangan po mag-Facebook at i-punch in nyo RTV Tarlac Channel 26 on Facebook. Makikita nyo rin yung mga module sa mga handheld devices o cellphones o tablet ninyo. So, thank you again to DepEd for being open-minded and helping us meet the challenges of tomorrow.
Sumasa inyo ang Aral TarlakHenyo.
Tuwing sasapit ang alas 5 ng hapon, parangalan natin ang ating mga kababayan na nasa unahan laban sa COVID-19. Lumabas tayo sa pintuan ng ating mga tahanan. Dumungaw tayo sa ating mga bintana. At atin silang bigyan ng masigabong palakpakan. Gumawa tayo ng ingay, ipagbunyi ang ating frontliners, at ipahayag ang ating walang hanggang suporta sa kanilang kabayanihan.
Gusto ko lang pong i-take itong opportunity ito para magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga doktor at nurses, especially yung mga nag-alaga po sa akin, sa buong Asian Hospital, at sa lahat po ng ating frontliners.
Umawit tayo at sumayaw at ipakita ang ating talento bilang pagsaludo sa mga bayaning nasa unahan. Talunin natin ang COVID-19. Sama-sama nating pagalingin ang ating inang bayan. Kaya natin to. We heal as one.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province sa RTV Channel 26 at DZTZ Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Naririto na naman po tayo, patuloy na nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi upang maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo, mga giliw kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masugid na pagpupunyagi at patuloy na pag-aaral upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Jennifer Ocoma Hanoya, upang samahan kayo at gabayan kayong matutunan ang nilalaman ng ating paksa ukol sa mga bagbagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, naaalala niyo pa ba ang ating paksang tinalakay sa Module 4? Natutuwa naman ako dahil alam kong nasagutan niyo ng buong husay ang mga itinakdang gawain sa Module 4. Sa Module 4 ay tinalakay natin ang mga kontribusyon ng kabihasnang klasiko. Sa paksang ito ay nagkaroon kayo ng malawak na kaalaman tungkol sa iba't ibang kontribusyon ng nasabing kabihasnan sa pag-unlad ng pandaigdigang kamalayan. Tatalakayin naman natin ngayon ang tungkol sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Inaasahan natin na pagkatapos ng araling ito ay kaya-kaya nyo ng maisa-isa at masuri ang mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon? Paano kaya naimpluwensyahan ng mga pagbabagong ito ang Europa sa larangan ng politika, ekonomiya at sosyo-kultural? Bago natin simulan ang ating talakayan ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng kasunduan. Una, siguraduhin kayo ay nasa komportabling lugar habang nakasubaybay sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Pangalawa, ihanda ang sipi ng Module 5, ang inyong ballpen at ang inyong papel na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. At ang panghuli, iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang gawain at ituon ang inyong sarili sa ating paksang tatalakayin. Alam kong kayang-kaya nyo yang gawin. Alam ba ninyo kung kailan naganap ang tinatawag na gitnang panahon? Ang gitnang panahon ay sumasakop mula 500 hanggang 1,500 ng Common Era. Sa kasaysayan, ang panahong ito ay tumutukoy pagkatapos bumagsak ng Imperyong Romano at bago naganap ang tinatawag nating panahon ng Renaissance. Sa pagitan ng sinauna at makabagong panahon ay may mga pangyayari sa iba't ibang panig ng mundo na naging daan sa pagkakaroon ng mga pagbabago na naging dahilan sa pag-unlad ng mga bansa. Isa ang Europa sa mga lugar na kung saan naganap ang mga pagbabagong ito. Ano kaya ang mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon? Papaano naganap ang mga pagbabagong ito? Ipapaliwanag ko iyan ng mas maigi. Dito lang sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko ay isa sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. May 4 na pangunahing salik na nagbigay daan sa paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko. Una sa mga salik na ito ay ang pagbagsak ng Imperyong Romano noong 476 CE. Sa pamumuno ni Marcus Aurelius mula 161 to 180 CE, naging suliranin ng Imperyong Romano ang pananalakay ng mga barbarong tribo mula Alemanya. Sa kanyang pagkamatay, naghudyat ang pagbagsak ng Imperyong Romano. Ang madalas na paglusob ng mga barbaro ay unti-unting umubos sa yaman ng imperyo. Dahil rito, tumaas ang bilang ng mga mahihirap at nagdulot ito ng kawalan ng hanap buhay. Isa ring dahilan ay ang pagiging gahaman sa kapangyarihan ng mga nasa pamahalaan. Bukod dito, ang mga opisyal ng militar ay nagtatag ng hunta o hindi opisyal na pamunuan na handang pumatay sa mga hindi maayos na pinuno ng gobyerno. Noong 476 CE, tuluyang bumagsak ang Imperyong Romano sa kamay ng mga barbaro. Pangalawa sa mga salik sa paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko sa gitnang panahon ay ang matatag at mabisang organisasyon sa simbahan. Sa mga unang taon ng Kristyanismo, ang namumuno sa simbahan ay tinatawag na presbyter, isang karaniwang tao na pinili ng mga mamamayan. Nang lumaon mula sa mga ordinaryong tao ay lumitaw ang mga pari at hiyerarkiya nito. Nagkaroon ng isang diocese ng mga Kristiyano sa bawat lungsod at pinamumunuan ng isang obispo. Sa ilalim ng mga nasabing diocese ay mga pari na may kanya-kanyang parokya sa mga lungsod. Sa kanilang pamamahala, hindi lamang gawaing pang-espiritual ang pinangalagaan ng mga pari. Ilan rito ay ang pangasiwaan ang gawaing pang-edukasyon, pangkabuhayan, at pagkakawang gawa ng simbahan. Ang obispo rin ang siyang nagpapanatili ng kaayusan at katarungan sa lungsod. Arsobispo naman ang itinawag sa mga obispo na nakatira sa malalaking lungsod at naging sentro ng Kristyanismo. Ang obispo ng Rome ay tinatawag na Papa, na siyang kinikilalang pinakamataas na pinuno ng simbahang Katoliko sa kanlurang Europa. Kabilang sa mga papa ang arsobispo, obispo at mga pari ng mga parokya. Sa kalagitnaan ng ikalabing isang siglo, ang pagpili ng papa ay sa pamamagitan lamang ng pagpalakpak, depende sa kung sino ang magustuhan ng mga kardinal. Noong 1719 sa Konseho ng Lateran, pinagpasyahan ng mayorya ang paghalal ng papa. Ang salitang Pope ay nangangahulugang ama na nagmula sa salitang Latin na papa. Noong unang panahon, itinuturing ang papa ng mga Kristiyano na ama ng Kristyanismo. Pangatlo sa mga salik sa paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko sa gitnang panahon ay ang pamumuno sa simbahan. Ang simbahang Katoliko ay maraming naging pinuno na nakatulong sa paglakas ng pundasyon nito. Nais nyo bang malaman kung sino-sino ang mga pinunong ito? Kung gayon, manatiling nakasubaybay dito lang sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Si Constantine the Great ay isa sa mga naging pinuno ng simbahang Katoliko sa gitnang panahon. Siya ang nagbuklod sa lahat ng Kristiyano sa imperyo ng Rome at itinatag niya ang Konseho ng Nicea, isang konseho ng mga obispong Kristiyano na itinatag sa Byzantine city of Nicea. Sa pamamagitan naman ng Konseho ng Constantinople, pinalakas ni Constantine ang kapapahan. Sa konsehong ito, ang mga obispo ay pinag-uri-uri ang iba't ibang malalaking lungsod sa buong imperyo. Pinili rin ang Rome bilang pangunahing diocese at kinilala ang obispo ng Rome bilang pinakamataas na pinuno ng simbahang Katoliko. Isa sa mga naging pinuno ng simbahang Katoliko sa gitnang panahon ay si Papa Leo the Great. Si Papa Leo the Great ang nagbigay diin sa Petrine Doctrine, ang doktrinang nagsasabing ang obispo ng Rome bilang tagapagmana ni San Pedro ang tunay na pinuno ng Kristyanismo. Siya rin ang nagmungkahi sa kanlurang emperador ng Rome na kilalanin ang kapangyarihan ng obispo bilang pinakamataas na pinuno ng simbahan. Sa kanyang pamumuno, kinilala ng kanlurang Rome ang Papa bilang pinakamakapangyarihan sa lahat ng Kristiyano. Subalit ang silangang Rome ay tumangging kilalanin ito. Kilalanin naman natin ang isa pa sa mga naging pinuno ng simbahang Katoliko sa gitnang panahon, si Papa Gregory I. Ang kanyang buong pagsisikap at paglilingkod ay iniukol niya sa pagpatnubay ng simbahan sa buong kanlurang Europa. Nakamit niya ang sukdulan ng kanyang tagumpay nang ang iba't ibang barbarong tribo ay sumampalataya at lumaganap ang Kristyanismo sa malalayong lugar sa kanlurang Europa. Sumampalataya rin sa panahon niya ang England, Ireland, Scotland at Germany. Sa pamumuno naman sa simbahang Katoliko sa gitnang panahon ni Papa Gregory VII, naganap ang laban ng kapangyarihang sekular at eklesiastikal ukol sa karapatang magkaloob ng tungkulin sa mga tauhan ng simbahan noong kapanahunan ni Haring Henry IV ng Germany. Itiniwalag niya sa simbahan si Haring Henry IV na gumanti naman nang ipag-utos niya ang pagpapatalsik kay Papa Gregory VII. Humingi ng kapatawaran si Henry IV nang mapansin niyang kaanib ng Papa ang maharlika ng Germany. Nakatulong din sa paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko ang pamumuno ng mga monghe. Ano ang buhay ng mga monghe at papaano sila nakatulong sa pagpapaliganap ng Kristyanismo? Yan ang susunod nating pag-uusapan dito lang sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga monghe ay binubuo ng mga pangkat ng pari na tumalikod sa makamundong pamumuhay at nanirahan sa mga monasteryo upang mamuhay sa panalangin at sariling disiplina. Sila ay direktang nasa ilalim lamang ng pamumuno at pangangasiwa ng Papa. Sila ay namumuhay sa mahigpit na alituntunin ng monasteryo. Naniniwala sila sa pagtatrabaho at pagdarasal. Nagsikap sila sa paglinang at pagtatanim sa paligid ng mga monasteryo. Dahil dito, higit silang nakaimpluwensya sa pag-unlad ng agrikultura sa buong Europa. Alam ba ninyo kung paano namumuhay ang mga monghe? Narito ang ilan sa kanilang mga gawain. Ang mga monghe ang nag-iingat ng karunungang klasikal ng mga Griego at mga Romano. Dahil wala pang natutuklasang papel noong mga panahong iyon, ang mga monghe ay maingat sa kanilang mga aklatan. Isinusulat nilang muli ang mga libro sa mga sadyang yaring balat ng hayop. Nagpakain ang mga monasteryo sa mahihirap, nangalaga sa mga may sakit at kumupkop sa mga taong nais makaligtas sa kanilang mga kaaway. Sila ang nagpalaganap ng Kristyanismo sa buong kanlurang Europa sa utos ng Papa. Kahanga-hanga naman ang simpleng pamumuhay na ipinakita ng mga monghe, di ba? Kahanga-hanga yung kanilang pananalangin, disiplina, at maging yung pagbibigay nila ng tuon sa agrikultura. Yun ay mga bagay na dapat nating isabuhay. Lalo na ngayong tayo ay nasa panahon ng pandemya, ang simpleng pagtatanim ay maaari nating maging libangan. At sa panahon na aanihin na natin ang mga itinanim natin ay malaking kabawasan pa iyon sa ating mga gastusin sa pagkain. Sang-ayon ba kayo, mga giliw kong mag-aaral? Mabuti kung ganon. Thumbs up sa mga TarlakHenyo na merong sariling gulayan sa kanilang mga bakuran. Sa puntong ito, balikan natin ang ating tinalakay ukol sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Ano na nga ba ang unang pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon? Kung ang sagot mo ay ang paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko, tama ka! Ang galing! Nakuha mo ang tamang sagot. Ano-ano naman ang mga salik na nagbigay daan sa paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko? Sige nga, sabayan ninyo ako at isa-isahin natin ang mga ito. Mga salik na nagbigay daan sa paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko. Una, ang pagbagsak ng Imperyong Romano. Pangalawa, matatag at mabisang organisasyon ng simbahan. Pangatlo, ang pamumuno ng simbahan. At ang pang-apat ay ang pamumuno ng mga monghe. Mahusay! Natutuwa ako at nasabayan ninyo ako sa pagtukoy sa mga salik na nagbigay daan sa paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko. Sa ating paksa ay nakita rin natin ang impluwensya ng simbahang Katoliko sa Europa, lalo na sa larangang sosyo-kultural. Ngayong tapos na ang ating leksyon, oras na para tasahin o sukatin ang inyong kaalaman ukol sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Kaya ihanda na ang inyong ballpen, ihanda na rin ang inyong sagutang papel at magsisimula na tayo. Isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas, at ang petsa ngayong araw na ito. Simple lamang ang inyong gawain, alam kong kayang-kaya nyo itong sagutin. Kailangan ninyong sumulat ng isang maikling sanaysay. Tignan ninyo ang gawain 6 na makikita sa pahina 16 ng inyong module. Nakita nyo na ba? Ang essay na gagawin ninyo ay sasagot sa tanong na ito. Paano nakaapekto ang mga monghe sa pag-unlad ng simbahang Katoliko? Uulitin ko, ito ang tanong na kailangan nyong sagutin. Paano nakaapekto ang mga monghe sa pag-unlad ng simbahang Katoliko? Alam ko na sa takbo ng ating talakayan ay may natutunan kayo, no? Paano nga ba lumakas ang simbahang Katoliko? Huwag ninyong kakalimutan, ang ating naging talakayan ay naganap sa medieval na panahon o gitnang panahon. Ang medieval na panahon ay umabot ng humigit kumulang 1,000 taon. Kaya ang dami-dami talaga ng mga pagbabagong naganap. Sa katunayan, ang ating talakayan sa unang araw na ito, Unang bahagi pa lang ng ating talakayan at magkakaroon pa tayo ng maraming mga talakayan. Nakita ninyo na napakahalaga ng papel na ginampanan ng simbahang Katoliko noong panahong medieval. Ito ang tanging institusyon na hindi pinakialaman ng mga barbaro. Kaya nga noong unang panahon, kapag ikaw ay nasa panganib at pupunta ka sa loob ng simbahan, ikaw ay ligtas na sapagkat ito ay isang sanktuaryo. Isang leksyon na naman ang ating natapos talakayin upang mas maunawaan ninyo ang ating aralin ukol sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon ay makatutulong na basahin ninyo ang kabuuan ng Module 5. Hinihiling ko rin na basahin ninyo ang ating susunod na aralin. Ito ay patungkol sa feudalismo at Holy Roman Empire. Inaasahan ko na meron kayong natutunan, maraming natutunan sa ating aralin sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong naging guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Jennifer Okoma Hanoya na nagsasabing, ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
congratulations, Radyo Pilipino Media Group, for launching its first provincial station here in Tarlac City, the RTV 26. The airing of this TV station is the first step in achieving its mission to serve and delight people through genuine, relevant, excellent, accessible, thoughtful programs significant to nation building. Thank you for the TV production team for making this possible. To all our viewers, I would like to ask for your support not only to our TV station, RTV26, but also to our radio stations, DCTC for AM and 96.11 FM. Congratulations again, RTV26, and more power.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Gracia Manansala, your teacher broadcaster for English Grade 8. How are you today? I hope everyone is doing great. Today is the best day to learn new things. So grab your module and let's learn and have fun together. Join me today as we explore and learn our lessons and compare and contrast own opinions with those presented in the familiar text. Make sure you are in your most comfortable spot so you can actively listen to our lesson for today. Now, get your Module 4, pen, and notebook, and jot down the most important part of our lesson. Your module for today is about compare and contrast own opinions with those presented in the familiar text. Now, are you ready, grade 8 students? Let's begin with our lesson. The first question that definitely in your mind is how do we compare and contrast? Now, let's define comparison and contrast. Comparison is done by identifying similarities or agreement, while contrast is spotting out differences or disagreement. These two always work together to further analyze varying ideas and opinions. This time, let's try to compare and contrast using the sentences I prepared for you. Your goal is to identify whether the statements compare or contrast ideas. You write compare if you've seen comparison of ideas, while contrast if you've seen contrasting ideas. Write your answer in your notebook. Are you ready? Okay, let's start. Number 1. Compare or contrast. Ella had her hair done in style similar to mine. Again, compare or contrast. Ella had her hair done in style similar to mine. Number 2. Compare or contrast. That bike is the same color as our car. Again, that bike is the same color as our car. Number 3, compare or contrast. My taste differs from yours since I don't have a sweet tooth. Again, my taste differs from yours since I don't have a sweet tooth. Number 4, I got 90 in English and I am doing well in other classes too. Again, I got 90 in English and I am doing well in other classes too. And number 5, compare or contrast. I got my homework done despite the fact that I left my book in school. Again, I got my homework done despite the fact that I left my book in school. Are you done? Okay, at this point, it's time to check your answers. Remember class not to forget to be honest while checking your answers. Are you ready? Okay, number 1. Compare. Again, number 1, compare. Number 2, compare. Again, number 2, compare. Number 3, contrast. Number 3, contrast. Number 4, compare. Again, number 4, compare. And number 5, contrast. Again, contrast. Did you get perfect 5? Oh, that's nice. Probably, while listening or while answering the activity, you might have noticed words in bolded letters. These words are what we call grammatical markers for comparing or contrasting. These words indicate whether the statement is telling a comparison or telling a contrast. For comparing, we've seen words similar, same, and to. While for contrasting, we've seen words differs and despite. These words will help you to identify which ones are comparing and which ones are contrasting. Class, did you find the previous activity helpful? Oh, amazing! Now that you know how to compare and contrast, it is important that you understand the grammatical markers that you may use in comparing and contrasting. The following words and short phrases are used to compare two ideas. We have the words like, likewise, same as, both, resemble, as well as, also, and similar to. Here's a short paragraph that uses some of these expressions in comparing ideas. Again, I have here a short paragraph that uses some of these expressions in comparing ideas. Time, like money, is a limited resource. You cannot buy everything you want. Likewise, you do not have enough time to do everything you want to do. Our time is the same as our money. It is limited. Also, time is a resource when work when work needs to be done. Class, the bolded letters in the paragraph used to compare money and time. Now, the following words and short phrases are used to contrast two ideas. Again, the following words and short phrases are used to contrast two ideas. We have unlike, as supposed, whereas, however, although, on the other hand, in contrast to, different from, and on the contrary. Now, here's a short paragraph that uses some of these expressions that contrast ideas. Unlike time or money, desire is an unlimited resource. Think about it. In contrast to money, which can run out, your desire for experience or for new experiences and ideas will never end. Whereas, there is never enough time to do everything you want. Your desire will always come up with something new and exciting. Class, the bolded letters in the paragraph used to contrast the use of time and money. Now, you already know how to compare and contrast two ideas. This time, let's define own opinion and familiar text. An opinion is a thought or belief, a view or judgment formed about something, not necessarily based on fact. While familiar texts are previously taught passages used as a practice text when students are learning a new skill. Using a familiar text creates an opportunity for students to focus on the new literacy skill without getting hung up on decoding or comprehension. Oh, let me repeat that. An opinion is a thought or belief, a view or judgment formed about something not necessarily based on fact. While familiar texts are previously taught passages used as a practice text when students are learning a new skill. Okay. In comparing own opinion, there is a representation or of similarities of those presented in the familiar text. Again, in comparing own opinion, there is a representation of similarities to those presented in the familiar text. Look at the two statements on your screen. You will see an example of familiar text and own opinion. Example of familiar text. Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Again, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world by Nelson Mandela. And an example of own opinion. People with good education can make this world a better place. Again, people with good education can make this world a better place. Did you see similarities in the given statements? Exactly. Class, the ideas presented in the given examples are the same. The ideas on familiar text and own opinion is similar. They both focus on the power of good education. Okay, you want another examples? Okay, take a look on your screen. Another example. For familiar text, tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn. Again, tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn, by Benjamin Franklin. And for own opinion, the best way to learn is learning by doing. Again, the best way to learn is learning by doing. Now, class, can you identify the similarities of the two statements? Okay, very good. The two statements has the same ideas on learning. Class, take note that own opinion is similar to a familiar text. Now, can you give your own examples? Okay, I will give you a few seconds to write your examples in your notebook. And in our next meeting, we will check your examples. Now, let's proceed in contrasting own opinion and familiar text. In contrasting own opinion, there is a representation of difference to those presented in the familiar text. Again, in contrasting own opinion, there is a representation of difference to those presented in the familiar text. In other words, the ideas in familiar text and own opinion are not the same. Again, the ideas in the familiar text and own opinion are not the same. Now, let's proceed in contrasting own opinion and familiar text. Okay, class, let's see the difference of the two statements. Again, take a look on your screen. Okay, first statement. Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Again, for the first statement, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world, by Nelson Mandela. And for the second statement, to have a better world, educated people are not needed. Again, second statement, to have a better world, educated people are not needed. What have you noticed from the given statements? Wow, perfect! The idea presented in the two statements is not the same or different. The idea on the familiar text says that education is powerful, while in own opinion, the idea is educated people are not needed. So they are different. Class, keep in mind that contrasting familiar text differs from own opinion. Class, do you want more examples? Aha, that's amazing! Okay, another example. For familiar text, we have, I never dreamed about success. I worked for it. Again, I never dreamed about success. I worked for it. And for own opinion, you can achieve your dreams by doing nothing. For own opinion, we have, you can achieve your dreams by doing nothing. Can you identify what makes the statements different? Oh, that's excellent. The two statements has contrasting ideas about success. The first statement, work hard for success, while the second statement believes doing nothing can achieve success. How about you? Can you give examples of contrasting own opinions with those presented in the familiar text? Okay, you may write your examples on your notebook. We will check your examples on our next meeting. Now, let's have a quick review before moving on to your activity. Again, comparison is done by identifying similarities or agreement, while contrast is to see the difference or disagreement. These two always work together to further analyze varying ideas and opinions. It is also important that you understand the grammatical markers that you may use in comparing and in contrasting. An opinion is a thought or belief, a view or judgment formed about something not necessarily based on fact. While familiar texts are previously taught passages used as a practice text when students are learning a new skill. And in comparing our own opinion, there is a representation of similarities to those presented in the familiar text. The idea presented in your opinion in the familiar text is the same. While contrasting own opinion, there is a representation of difference to those presented in the familiar text. The idea presented in your opinion in the familiar text is not the same. As we put this lesson to close, this is the big idea that you should always remember. Your own opinion or personal judgment is the key to which you can agree or disagree to the opinions presented in the familiar text. Oh, let me repeat that. Okay, the idea presented in your opinion in the familiar text is not the same. Okay. Now, we are done discussing compare and contrast own opinions with those presented in the familiar text. Did you enjoy? Wow, that's perfect! After learning, comparing, and contrasting own opinions with those presented in the familiar text, you are now ready to have your activity. Okay, you will write compare if the opinions have the same thoughts and contrast if they have contrasting idea. Are you ready? Okay, for number 1, the youth is the hope of our future. For familiar text. And for own opinion, the intelligence and work of the youth will take the country on the pathway of success. And for number 2, for familiar text, united we stand, divided we fall. And for own opinion, success is not a product of working together. And for number 3, familiar text, we have united we stand, divided we fall. And for own opinion, success is not a product of working together. Are you done, class? Okay, we will check your answers on our next meeting. I hope you learned a lot today. I am your teacher, Gracia Manansala, your anchor teacher for today, saying that always remember to study hard because education is the key to a better tomorrow. Until next time, thank you.
Ngayong taon, bukod sa sunod-sunod ng mga bagyo na tumama sa Pilipinas at nagdulot ng malawakang pagbaha, isa pang malaking pagsubok ang kinailangang harapin, hindi lamang ng ating bansa, kundi ng buong mundo. Ito ay ang pandemyang COVID-19. Tunay nga na naging mapanghamon ang taong 2020 para sa ating mga Pilipino. Ngunit sa kabila ng lahat ng ito, anuman ang mga pagsubok na kailangan nating malampasan, palaging nariyan ang ating mga magigiting na frontliners at first responders na laging handang magligtas ng buhay at maglingkod sa mga kababayan nating nangangailangan ng tulong.
I assure everyone that your government is on top of the situation. I guarantee you that your government will do its best to provide assistance in the form of shelters, relief goods, financial aid, and post-disaster counseling. Rest assured, the government will not leave anybody behind. We will get through this crisis, I assure you. As one nation, kapit po tayo, mga kababayan, magbayanihan po tayong lahat.
Nararapat lamang na bigyan natin sila ng pagpupugay para sa kanilang ipinapamalas na kabayanihan. Hindi alintana ang anumang panganib. Magampanan lamang ang kanilang tungkulin. Kahanga-hanga ang dedikasyon ng mga bayaning responders sa kanilang trabaho at pagmamalasakit sa kapwa. Ibinubuwis maging ang sariling buhay para sa kaligtasan ng ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po.
As the world faces COVID-19, there are several measures one can take to help fight this virus. Here are some ways to prevent the spread of the virus. Number 1, avoid big crowds. Number 2, maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between you and the person who shows symptoms of the disease. Number 3, always cover your mouth or nose with tissues or your arm when coughing or sneezing, and immediately throw away used tissues. Number 4, avoid touching your mouth and nose. Number 5, wear a face mask if you are experiencing fever, cough, and colds. Number 6, wash your hands regularly with clean water and soap. Number 7, always bring an alcohol-based sanitizer wherever you go. If you are experiencing symptoms such as fever, cough, cold, shortness of breath, or having difficulty breathing, head to the nearest hospital as soon as you can or call the following hotline for assistance. DOH hotline 02-8651-7800, local 1149 to 1150, And to keep track of the current number of COVID-19 cases in the Philippines, you can go to ncovtracker.doh.gov.ph. We can beat this as long as we're always prepared and work together. For more information, you can visit the Department of Health's official website at www.doh.gov.ph. This is Secretary Martin Andanar of the Presidential Communications Operations Office.
Good afternoon, learners! Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast via DCTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This is Alistair Aidatu, your teacher broadcaster in TLE Agri-Fishery Arts, Grade 8. Teaching you with different skills in TLE Agri-Fishery Arts, Grade 8. I would like to invite you to join us in a magical learning experience at home. At this point, I want you to prepare your self-learning module in aquaculture, as well as your pen and notebook, so that you may take down some notes to remember as we go along with the lesson. Are you ready now? Great! Be sure that you are in a comfortable place, free from noise, so that you can listen to the lesson very well. First, let us have a review of our previous lesson. Do you still remember our topic last meeting? Excellent! Last time, we discussed the personal protective equipment used in farming aquaculture class. Will you name some? Very good! All of your answers are correct. Hat, eye goggles, long sleeve shirt, hand gloves, boots, and face masks. PPE are worn according to farm requirement and specifications. Are you ready for our next lesson? Let's begin. Open your self-learning module in Aquaculture, Grade 8, Lesson 4 on page 56. Our topic for today is about waste disposal. In this topic, we will learn about the following. First, what is waste? Second, classification of waste according to their properties. And the third one, how we can manage our waste at home using the 3R methods. Before moving on, let's have a brain enhancer. I want you to listen very carefully and arrange the jumbled letter. Identify what is being described in each sentence. You can use a paper so that you can jot down the following jumbled letter. Let's start, my dear student. Give me a cheer, saying that you are with me. Okay, number 1. T E S W A. Any substance which is discarded after primary use or it's worthless, defective, and of no use. Your timer starts now. Did you get it? Very good. The word is waste. Next, jumbled letter number 2. I, B, G, A, B, L, O, D, E, D, R, E, A. It is capable of being slowly broken down into a very small parts by natural processes. Your timer starts now. The word is biodegradable. Yes, you got it right. Next, number 3, we have G, R, N, E, I, C, L, C. The process of converting waste material into new materials and objects. Your timer starts now. If your answer is recycling, then you are absolutely right. And number 4, U, L, L, O, P, O, I, N, T. It is the process of making land, water, and air dirty. Your timer starts now. Excellent! The word is pollution. Take a look at these 2 pictures. Which place do you prepare to stay? Most of you maybe will choose the clean and safe place. On the contrary, the second picture will most likely to happen if we continue the improper disposal of our waste. Waste management or waste disposal is needed to manage waste from its inception to its final disposal. Waste disposal is now growing problem worldwide. Whether it is the hazard of toxic waste and other sheer volume of regular household waste, the cast-off of individual society are becoming increasingly. solutions do exist and range from responsible disposal to recycling and avoid buying non-biodegradable items. Moving on, we have to define first what is waste. Correct! Waste is unwanted or unusable materials discarded after primary use. Waste is also known as rubbish, trash, refuse, garbage, and junk. For you to better remember, waste has two kinds: solid waste and liquid waste. Solid waste, waste in solid form, domestic, commercial, and industrial waste. Will you give an example of solid waste? Very good! Here are the examples: plastics, styrofoam containers, bottles, can, paper, and scrap iron. On the other hand, liquid waste are waste in liquid forms. Will you give an example of liquid waste? Correct! Here are the example of liquid waste: domestic waste like water used in the washing machine, chemical oils, wastewater from pods, manufacturing, industry, and other resources. To continue, solid waste have two different types: biodegradable waste and non-biodegradable waste. Let's try to distinguish the two. First is the biodegradable waste. Are waste material that decay or can be composted, can be degraded, or decay through natural process made by bacteria and fungi. Look around. Cite some example of biodegradable waste. If you are thinking of leaves, twigs, vegetables, flowers, fruits, wood, then you are correct. Next, we have the non-biodegradable waste. These do not decay or cannot be degraded and take a long time to decay. These are the materials that do not decay through natural processes. Try to give some example of non-biodegradable. Yes, great job! Plastic, bottles, old machines, can, styrofoam containers, metal, and rubber. Non-biodegradable materials can be categorized into the following. First, recyclables like plastics. Second is residual material like rubber and textile, which can be delivered to materials recovery facilities. And lastly, hazardous waste like hospital and factory waste that must be disposed carefully and properly away from residential areas because it can contaminate the soil as well as water. That is why we should not simply dispose this waste material in just one trash bin. Practice waste management at home to keep our environment clean. You can do this through the 3R method or waste hierarchy. Have you heard about it before? If not, then you may be wondering, what does it mean? 3R's method or waste hierarchy, it is the order of priority of action to be taken to reduce the amount of waste management and to improve overall waste management process and programs. The waste hierarchy consists of 3 R's as follows. The first R stands for reduce. The next R stands for reuse. And the last R is for recycle. Going back to the 3 R's, first we have reduce, lowering the amount of waste produced. The best way to manage our waste is not to produce it. The concept of reducing what is produced and what is consumed is essential to the waste hierarchy. The logic behind it is simple to understand. If there is less waste, then there is less to recycle or reuse. The process of reduce begins with an examination of what you are using and what is used for. You can reduce by using an eco bag when going to grocery instead of availing plastic bags provided. Or, instead of buying juice boxes for lunch, buy a large container of juice and a washable single-serving container to take it to office. Bring your own water container instead of buying water every now and then. Again, when we say reduce, it means to lessen the amount of garbage produced. Next, we have the second R, which is reuse. It means using the material again for a different purpose or using the material repeatedly. You can do this by reusing plastic bottles and container for your drink and food storage. But be careful, you can only reuse for a number of times depending on what is indicated in the label. Another examples, when you get a plastic bag from the grocery store, keep it and use it again the next time you go shopping. And last, donate old clothes and toys so that they can be reused. Again, when we say reuse, using the materials repeatedly. And the last R is recycle. It means creating new products out of waste material. Get ready to be creative. What can you create out of plastic spoons? Any idea? Maybe a lampshade. What do you think? How about with plastic straw? Nice idea. Maybe a bag or a lantern. How about with the plastic bottles? Do you have any idea? Well, it can be a pen holder, or maybe a flower vase, or a pot. Recycling enables the materials you throw away to be used again by making them into new products. The 3 R's, reduce, reuse, and recycle. These 3 are the best way to make a positive impact on our environment. It is important to be mindful of the 3 R's in our everyday life to protect our environment and our Mother Earth. If we practice these methods, we can live in a clean, safe, and happy environment. Now, my dear student, I would like you to get a sheet of paper for a short quiz. The instruction is, identify what is being described in each sentence. Write the letter of the correct answer. I will read the question twice. Number 1. These waste materials do not decay or cannot be degraded or take a long time to decay. A. Non-biodegradable waste. B. Biodegradable waste. C. Solid waste. Number 2. It is capable of being slowly broken down into very small parts by natural process. A. Non-biodegradable waste. B. Biodegradable waste. And C. Solid waste. And number 3. What method are you practicing when you lessen the amount of your garbage at home? A. Reduce. B. Reuse. And C. Recycle. And number 4. What method are you going to do if you want to use again a bag as a container for your paper? A. Reduce. B. Reuse. C. Recycle. And number 5, what method are you practicing when you create a lantern decoration out of plastic bottles or spoon? A. Reduce. B. Reuse. C. Recycle. Yes, we are now ready to check your answers. Number 1, letter B. Number 1, letter B. Number 2, letter A. Number 2, letter A. Number 3, letter A. Number 3, letter A. And number 4, letter B. Again, number 4 is letter B. And number 5, letter C. Number 5, letter C. I hope you learned a lot today and apply this learning in your daily lives. If you have a question about our lesson today, you can just PM me or text me in my TNT number 0963-439-7191. I would like to end up by saying, a beautiful environment starts with you. This is teacher.
As the world faces COVID-19, there are several measures one can take to help fight this virus. Here are some ways to prevent the spread of the virus. Number 1, avoid big crowds. Number 2, maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between you and the person who shows symptoms of the disease. Number 3, always cover your mouth or nose with tissues or your arm when coughing or sneezing, and immediately throw away used tissues. Number 4, avoid touching your mouth and nose. Number 5, wear a face mask if you are experiencing fever, cough, and colds. Number 6, wash your hands regularly with clean water and soap. Number 7, always bring an alcohol-based sanitizer wherever you go. If you are experiencing symptoms such as fever, cough, cold, shortness of breath, or having difficulty breathing, head to the nearest hospital as soon as you can or call the following hotline for assistance. DOH hotline 02-8651-7800, local 1149 to 1150. And to keep track of the current number of COVID-19 cases in the Philippines, you can go to ncovtracker.doh.gov.ph. We can beat this as long as we're always prepared and work together. For more information, you can visit the Department of Health's official website at www.doh.gov.ph. This is Secretary Martin Andanar of the Presidential Communications Operations Office.
Congratulations, RTV, Channel 26 of Tarlac, with this very successful launching of this project for us, DEPED, and for you. So congratulations, God bless you, more project to come, and more coverage for us for the noble cause of education. Thank you to all our sponsors. God bless you all.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon, especially to all grade 8 students. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTZ Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Sir James Patrick Ramos, your teacher broadcaster for Arts Grade 8. Join me as we learn together in these 25 minutes of meaningful teaching. I just want to tell some gentle reminders. Make sure that you are in the most comfortable place while tuning in into our live stream and television. Also, make sure that you have a copy of your learning activity sheet and compendium of notes for grade 8 arts to better understand our lesson for today. I hope everything is ready. As we begin our lesson, please focus on your learning activity sheet as shown also on my presentation. What do you see and observe in the picture in the preliminary activity? Yes, those are beautiful sceneries and tourist spots. Can you identify the first one? Correct. That is the historic Great Wall of China. What about the second picture? Correct. That is the iconic and highest mountain in Japan, Mount Fuji. What about the last picture? Yes, that is the Palace of Shining Happiness, the Gyeongbokgung Palace in Korea, arguably the grandest and the most beautiful palace in Korea. Now, can you name again and identify the countries under those beautiful tourist spots? Correct. China, Japan, and Korea are all under East Asian countries, which is our primary focus in our lesson, the arts of East Asian countries. Are you ready to travel and appreciate the arts and culture of East Asia? Okay, let's begin. To start with, did you know that painting started from prehistoric era? Painters used red ink and black pigment. Early paintings often showed hunting scenes of man chasing various animals such as horses, rhinoceros, lions, buffaloes, and mammoths. These prehistoric paintings were drawn on the walls of caves, blocks of stone, and found all over the world, including China. The history of Eastern painting is as old as the civilization of China. You can see the sample photo on figure A in your learning activity sheet. Landscape painting was regarded as the highest form of Chinese painting. They also considered three concepts of their arts, namely heaven, nature, and humankind or yin-yang. Nature represents the theme of natural environment like mountains, trees, bamboos, birds, sceneries, and different animals. It has been linked to Taoism philosophy, which promotes harmony with nature. The places we usually see in these magical artworks are normally not real, but completely imaginary and idealized. Heaven represents the motif of sky, God, and supernatural subject on their painting. Humankind, or yin yang, symbolizes harmony and balance. These principles all things exist as inseparable and contradictory opposites. For instance, female, male, dark, light, old, young. In Chinese philosophy, yin yang literally means shadow and light. You can check it out, the symbol of yin yang, in your learning activity sheet, figure B. Chinese art expresses the human understanding of the relationship between nature and human. Chinese painters used silk as primary medium for making their artworks before. The hand court official Chai Lun invented the paper. It provided not only a cheap and widespread medium for writing, but painting became more economical. Paper is cheaper than the silk. Now, I want you to get your pen and paper, then write your full name artistically in 10 seconds. Are you done? Do you know that your beautiful handwriting is considered calligraphy? To these Chinese, calligraphy is the art of beautiful handwriting. Traditional painting involves essentially the same techniques as calligraphy and is done with a brush dip in color and black. In calligraphy, the popular materials which paintings are made of are paper and silk. Poets write their calligraphy on their paintings. You can see the sample photo of each calligraphy in figure C in your learning activity sheet. Did you know that the earliest known Chinese logographs, the ancient writing symbols, the logo represents a specific meaning, while in calligraphy, letters are written to obtain the meaning. Logographs are engraved on the shoulder bones of large animals and on tortoise shells or oracle bone. For this reason, the script found on these objects is commonly called Jia Guen, or shell and bone script. It was said that Kangji, the legendary inventor of Chinese writing, got his ideas from observing animals' footprints and birds' claws marks on the sand, as well as other natural phenomena. He then started to work out simple images from what he conceived as representing different objects such as sun, moon, mountain, water, rain, wood, dog, cattle, and horse, as the picture shown in your learning activity sheet, figure D. To make your painting interesting and realistic, you should apply the 6 principles of Chinese painting established by Shi He, a writer, art historian, and critic in 5th century China. First, spirit resonance, also known as qi or energy. This is by far the most important of the rules, but is also the most difficult to define. Spirit resonance is the energy that flows from the painter to the brush. It is the vitality or life that seems to take over a work of art and propel it into imagination of the viewer. Shi He said that if the painting has no spirit resonance, there is no need to look further. The sample picture here is a 13th century Christ era art piece, Nine Dragons by painter Shan Rong. Second, bone structure or method. This refers to the way the painter uses the brush. It is the line work used by the painter, as well as the personal style or handwriting of the painter. In she has they, calligraphy was inseparable from painting, so bone structure also refers to the calligraphy of the painter. The sample picture here is a section of the 4th century Christ era piece, Intelligent Ladies by Gu Gai Si. Third, correspondence to the object. A relatively simple rule. This means that the subject of the painting must look like what is trying to represent. A person in a painting should resemble a person in real life. A tree should resemble a tree. The sample picture here is Peaches and Adobe by Emperor Yuzong in the 12th century Christ era. The painting is an example of literal style of Chinese painting, a style marked by intense correspondence to the object. Fourth, suitability to type regarding color. The choice of color for the piece must be appropriate for what the piece is trying to convey. This includes the layering of color as well as the tone and value of the piece. A piece does not necessarily have color or have realistic color. Rather, the choice of color simply needs to be appropriate. The sample picture here is a detailed image of larger painting, Grand Scenery by Song Dynasty artist Wang Xi. Notice that the blues and the greens of the painting are more fantasy than reality, but they are an appropriate choice as they emphasize the height, distance, and coldness of mountains. Fifth, division and planning or decomposition. Division and planning refers to the way in which objects are arranged in the space of the painting. The placement of the objects in a painting should give some sense of depth or the object's relationship to one another. The size and placement of the objects can also give a sense of hierarchical nature of the piece. A larger objects in the center of the piece are more important than smaller objects to the side. The sample picture here is 6 Persimmons, a piece by 13th century artist Mu Qi. 6 Persimmons is an example of spontaneous style, and despite its simplicity, it is considered one of the most important works of art in China, mostly due to the arrangement of objects in the space. Sixth, transmission by copying. Artists should copy from real life and older works. In Chinese tradition, motifs and styles are repeated from years past, and it is considered honorable to seek inspiration from past works. Artists often seek to emulate the styles of old masters, an example of Chinese taste of archaism. The sample picture is another work of Gu Kaizi. It is a section of the hand scroll entitled Odd. Again, what are the 6 principles of Chinese painting? First, spirit resonance. Second, bone structure or method. Third, correspondence to the object. Fourth, suitability to type regarding color. Fifth, division and planning or composition. And lastly, transmission by copying. You can see the sample photo of each principle in your learning activity sheet. I hope that you are still with me. Paintings in East Asia do not only apply on paper, silk, and wood. Performers of Peking opera in China use their faces as canvas for painting. Peking opera is widely known around the world. Peking opera combines music, vocal performance, mime, dance, and acrobatics in performance show. Also, Peking opera is done with different colors in accordance with the performing character's personality and historical assessment. The hero type characters are normally painted in relatively simple colors, whereas enemies, bandits, rebels, and others have common, complicated designs on their faces. In Peking opera, every paint color on the face symbolizes personality and character on the performance act. These are the meaning of colors for face painting in Peking opera. First, Guanju. Character represents color red, which indicates devotion, courage, bravery, uprightness, and loyalty. Second, Wang Pang. Character represents color yellow, in which signifies fierceness, ambition, and cool-headedness. Third, Zhu Wen. Character represents color green, which tells the audience that the character is not only impulsive, violent, and he also lacks self-restraint. Fourth, Zhang Fei. Character represents color black, which symbolizes roughness and fierceness. The black face indicates either a rough and a bold character or an impartial and selfless personality. Fifth, Lian Po. Character represents color violet or purple, which stands for uprightness and cool-headedness, while a reddish purple face indicates a just and noble character. Next, Chow Chow. Character represents color white, which suggests treachery, suspiciousness, and craftiness. It is common to see the white face on the powerful villain on the stage. Lastly, gold and silver colors are usually used for gods and spirits. You can see the sample photo of each colors and characters in Peking opera on Learning Activity Sheet Figure F. Now, let's explore more on architectural design in East Asia countries. You can observe that mostly on their temples. Temples are the usual subjects in East Asian painting. Check the sample photo on the Learning Activity Sheet, Figure G. Look at the roofs of the temple or building. It sweeps away, right? This is an aspect that you need to remember when painting or drawing East Asian temples. East Asian temples and houses have sweeping roofs because they believe that it will protect them from the elements of water, wind, and fire. Buddhists believe that it helped ward off evil spirits, which were deemed to be straight lines. The figures at the tips are called roof guards. There are three main types of roof in traditional Chinese architecture that influence other Asian architecture. First, straight inclined. It is more economical for common Chinese architecture. These are the most economical type of roofing and most prevalent in commoner architectures. You can see the sample photo on the learning activity sheet figure H. Second, multi-inclined. These roofs with two or more sections of inclined. These roofs are used for residences of wealthy Chinese. This type of roof construction is usually reserved for temples and palaces, although it may be found in the homes of wealthy. You can see the sample photo on learning activity sheet figure I. Third, sweeping roof. It has curves that rise at the corners of the roof. These are usually reserved for temples and palaces, although it may also be found in the homes of wealthy. These sweeping roofs are usually used for temples and palaces. Buddhists believe that having curved temple roofs would keep evil spirits away. You can see the sample photo on learning activity sheet figure J. To sum up our lesson, and as a form of recap in our lesson, the history of Eastern painting is as old as the civilization of China. Landscape painting was regarded as the highest form of Chinese painting. Landscape painting consists of three concepts, namely nature, heaven, and humankind or yin-yang. Charles Lun invented the paper in which the widespread medium for writing and paper painting became more economical. Calligraphy is the art of beautiful handwriting, and Chinese logograph is considered as an ancient writing symbols. There are 6 principles of Chinese painting. Paintings in East Asia do not only apply on paper, silk, and wood. Performers of Peking opera in China use their faces as canvas for painting. And lastly, on architectural design in East Asian countries, temples are the usual subjects in East Asian painting, in which consists of 3 types. First, straight inclined. Second, multi-inclined. And third, sweeping roof. That is the totality of our lesson for today. Are you still enjoying the exploration of arts and culture in China? Okay, I'm sure that you are enjoying. Now, I want you to pay attention to the guide question portion in the learning activity sheet and get ready with your pen, because I will assess your learning based from our lesson today. I will read the entire question once, and you will write your answer on the space provided in each question on your learning activity sheet, after which we will check your answer immediately. Number 1. It was regarded as the highest form of Chinese painting. Number 2. It was regarded as the art of beautiful handwriting. Number 3. In Peking opera, this character represents color black, which symbolizes roughness and fierceness. Number 4. In Chinese temples, it was recognized as the most economical type of roofing and most prevalent in commoner architecture. Last question. It is ancient writing symbol wherein a particular logo represents a specific meaning. I will give you 15 seconds to finalize your answer. Now, we will check your answer. For number 1, the answer is landscape painting. For number 2, the answer is calligraphy. For number 3, the answer is Zhang Fei. For number 4, the answer is straight inclined roof. And for number 5, the answer is logograph. I know that you did great in your short quiz. Congratulations! For the last part on the reflection portion of your learning activity sheet, I want you to write a short reflection of what you have learned today. Dear grade 8 students, if you have questions and clarifications in our lesson, you can send your queries and questions on my messenger, or you may ask your MAPE teacher. For now, like and share our Facebook page and watch us live on Facebook, RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I hope you learned a lot today. I hope all of you had a great time and enjoyed our lesson. Take note, every human is an artist. The dream of your life is to make beautiful art. Life is a work of art. If you don't like what you see, paint over it. That's all for today. I am Sir James Patrick Ramos, Arts Grade 8 Anchor Teacher. Until next time, happy listening, stay safe, and have a great day.
As the world faces COVID-19, there are several measures one can take to help fight this virus. Here are some ways to prevent the spread of the virus. Number 1, avoid big crowds. Number 2, maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between you and the person who shows symptoms of the disease. Number 3, always cover your mouth or nose with tissues or your arm when coughing or sneezing, and immediately throw away used tissues. Number 4, avoid touching your mouth and nose. Number 5, wear a face mask if you are experiencing fever, cough, and colds. Number 6, wash your hands regularly with clean water and soap. Number 7, always bring an alcohol-based sanitizer wherever you go. If you are experiencing symptoms such as fever, cough, cold, shortness of breath, or having difficulty breathing, head to the nearest hospital as soon as you can or call the following hotline for assistance. DOH hotline 02-8651-7800, local 1149 to 1150. And to keep track of the current number of COVID-19 cases in the Philippines, you can go to ncovtracker.doh.gov.ph. We can beat this as long as we're always prepared and work together. For more information, you can visit the Department of Health's official website at www.doh.gov.ph. This is Secretary Martin Andanar of the Presidential Communications Operations Office.
Ilang araw pa lamang mula nang maiangat ang enhanced community quarantine sa ilang lugar sa bansa, ngunit makikita na ang mabigat na trapiko. Mga residenteng lumalabas ng kani-kanilang mga tahanan, walang mask at wala ring halos physical distancing.
Remember, the easing up of the restrictions, hindi iyan sabihin na wala na ang COVID. If you get COVID, you go to the hospital. Yung hospital, yung kama ibigay sa iyo, kalilinis lang kasi 1 hour before may namatay doon. Ikaw na naman ang papalit. Ikaw yung pang-anim kung hindi ka talaga magsunod ng batas. At totoo lang, COVID is very lethal. We cannot afford a second or third wave.
Gusto mo bang lumabas? Gusto mo bang magka-COVID-19? Ako, ayoko. Kaya ugaling maghugas ng kamay. Magsuot ng mask kapag lalabas ng bahay. Panatilihin ang safe physical distancing. Bahay muna. Buhay muna.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Jan Paula Ragma, for English, grade 9. Hello everybody, good afternoon. I know it's a little bit hard to focus right now because of this ungodly hour. But trust me on this, you don't want to miss what I have in store for you. So without further ado, let's kick this to full gear. Well, last week's episode with Teacher Jane and Teacher Donna, you actually discussed about the unchanging values of the VUCA world. You also have learned about the different 9 behavioral dimensions and patterns to be able to adapt and be flexible in this ever-changing world. But for today, let's going to have a little break with the discussions of the 9 behavioral patterns and the VUCA world. We will introduce and I will show you a different world. The world of Anglo-Saxon literature. You are going to meet a lot of interesting characters today, and join me. Sit back, be comfortable, and join me as we journey through the world of a warrior named Beowulf. Before we start, Grade 9 students, please bring out your English Grade 9 modules and turn them on page 25. As I read, you may notice that some pictures are going to be flashed on your screens, and you can read with me or listen to me. That's all on you. Whatever makes you comfortable and whatever makes you learn the best, you can do it. Now, are you all ready? Let's start. Beowulf. Summary by Ben Florman. Hrothgar is the king of the Danes in southern Denmark. Through success in battle, he has become rich and mighty. As a symbol of his power and prosperity, he builds a magnificent mead hall. He calls this Heorot, in which he and his loyal warriors can feast, drink, boast, and listen to the tales of the shops. These are the Anglo-Saxon bards. But soon after Heorot is finished, the mirth of the man and the music of the shop anger Grendel, a monster descended from Cain. Grendel raids the hall, snatching men and eating them, then returns home in the marsh. He repeats his nightly raids until no one dares to sleep in the hall. Heorot, once the symbol of Scheidling's greatness, is now a place of shame and terror. This continues for 12 long years until Beowulf, a young warrior from the Geats in southern Sweden, hears about Grendel, and he is determined to fight the monster. He then sails to Hrothgar's lands with 15 of his companions. Hrothgar, who knew Beowulf's father, Ecgtheow, accepts Beowulf's offer to fight Grendel, and he gives him a feast. Beowulf and Unferth, a warrior loyal to Hrothgar, exchange insults. That night, the warriors sleep in Heorot, with Beowulf keeping watch. Grendel arrives and consumes one of the warriors, then reaches for Beowulf. Beowulf, famous for his powerful grip, which is as strong as the grip of 30 men, struggles with Grendel, tearing off the monster's shoulder and arm. Grendel then returns to the fence to die. His arm is hung as a trophy under the roof of Heorot. Hrothgar gives a second feast to celebrate Beowulf's victory. At the feast, Hrothgar generously awards Beowulf with treasure. The shops sings again, and Beowulf is praised until nightfall. That night, Grendel's mother comes to the hall. From her home at the bottom of a lake, seeking revenge for the death of her son. She grabs Aesir, a favorite warrior and advisor of Hrothgar's, and consumes him. Then she returns home. In the morning, the warriors follow her tracks to her lake, where they see Aesir's head. Beowulf enters the lake and swims for hours before he even reached the bottom where her cave is. He fights with Grendel's mother, but the sword, Hrunting, which Unferth lent to Beowulf as a sign of fellowship, fails for the very first time. From the treasure hoard in the cave, Beowulf seizes a sword forged long ago by the giants and kills Grendel's mother. He sees Grendel's body, removes his head, and takes it, together with the hilt of the giant sword, because the blade melted on the contact of the monster's blood. Beowulf then takes the head and the hilt back to Hrothgar. And then after that, there is another celebration in Heorot, with more gifts and promises of friendship. Hrothgar says he feels like Beowulf is his son, and he weeps that Beowulf will have to leave. Beowulf and his men then returns to Geatland, the land of the Geats, where his uncle, the king Hygelac, and Hygelac's queen Hagid greet Beowulf, accepting the treasure Beowulf gives them, and in turn rewarding Beowulf with a sword, a praise, and a land. Hygelac is eventually killed by the Swedes later on. His son, Heardred, though very young, takes the throne with Beowulf's support. At Heardred's death, Beowulf takes the throne of the Geats and rules in great prosperity and fame for 50 long years. In Beowulf's old age, a thief finds a passageway into an old barrow. Inside, a dragon guards a treasure. trove left there long ago by the last survivor of an extinct people. The thief steals a cup, but the dragon discovers the theft and burns the land, including Beowulf's mead hall. Beowulf, knowing his death is near, decides to fight the dragon. Accompanied by his kinsman, Wiglaf, 10 warriors, and the thief, Beowulf sets out to confront the dragon. But when Beowulf and the dragon fight, all of Beowulf's men flee, except for Wiglaf. With Wiglaf's help, Beowulf kills the dragon, but not before he himself is terribly wounded. Before he dies, Beowulf tells Wiglaf to rule after him and to build him a funeral barrow that overlooks the sea. Wiglaf then chastises the men for abandoning their lord. A messenger sent to tell the Geats of Beowulf's death also warns of hard times for the Geats. Now that Beowulf is dead, the Geats build a pyre and cremated Beowulf. Then they construct a barrow overlooking the sea, burying the dragon's cursed treasure with him. The end. Grade 9 students, that is the summary of Beowulf. This was written by Ben Florman. Now, I want to know whether or not you've listened, you've read, or you've seen the pictures that were shown to you on the screen. Let us find out now how well you did. Bring out a piece of paper and a pen or a notebook. Whatever you're comfortable or whatever is within your reach, you can grab those. And listen to my instructions. Listen attentively. I will read statements or sentences from the story Beowulf. Okay, I will read them twice. And then on your piece of paper or on your notebook, you will write whether or not that statement is correct or false. You will write true if the statement is correct, and you will write false if they are wrong. Okay, are we all set? Pen and papers are ready? Let's start. Number 1. King Hrothgar built a maid hall called Heorot. Again, King Hrothgar builds a mead hall called Heorot. This one's very easy. I know you got this one right. The answer is true. Do not forget to mark your answers correct or mark them with a check mark whether if you got the answer right. We will need your scores later on. Number 2. Jubilant noise and celebration angered Grendel. Again, jubilant noise and celebration angered Grendel. This one's very easy too. I know you got this one right as well. The answer is yes, absolutely, it's true. Number 3. Beowulf was a warrior from Geatland. Again, Beowulf was a warrior from Geatland. Now, if you wrote true, then you are right. The answer is true. Beowulf was indeed from Geatland. Number 4. Unferth was a political advisor for King Hrothgar. Again, Unferth was a political advisor for King Hrothgar. This question can be a little tricky, but I hope you got it right. Unferth is actually not a political advisor, but he is one of the best and most loyal warriors of King Hrothgar. So the answer is false. Number 5. Grendel died because of a leg injury. Again, Grendel died because of a leg injury. This one's really obvious. I hope you got it right. This is false. Grendel did not have any leg injury. Beowulf ripped out his arm and shoulder. That's why he died. And he went back to his mom and died there. The next one. Grendel's mother sought revenge against Beowulf. One more time. Grendel's mother sought revenge against Beowulf. If you wrote true, you are right. This statement is true. Next one. Beowulf became king after King Hygelac was killed in a battle. One more time. Beowulf became king after King Hygelac was killed in a battle. True. That statement is true. Next one. Grendel's mother killed Beowulf. I hope you get this one right because it's fairly easy. Grendel's mother killed Beowulf. The answer is false. If you're getting all these right, give yourself a pat on the back. You're doing great. Next one. The dragon. The dragon killed Beowulf. Again, the dragon killed Beowulf. This statement is correct. Grendel's mother did not kill Beowulf, the dragon did. And for our last item, Wiglaf was Beowulf's most trusted companion. Again, Wiglaf was Beowulf's most trusted companion. Okay, that last number obviously is true. Yes, when Beowulf confronted the dragon, Wiglaf was the only one who stayed with him while everyone else left because they were scared of the dragon. I hope you did great on that quiz. Please mark your answers if they're correct or they're wrong. We'll do better next time, I guess. Write down your scores on the upper right corner of your activity sheets. After this lesson, I want you to go back to your modules and answer the guide questions after the literary masterpiece Beowulf, okay? Follow the 9 dimensions of behavioral patterns from our last episode with Teacher Jane and Teacher Donna, the unchanging values of the VUCA world, okay? Now, before we head out and close this lesson, I want to talk a little bit about what the story of Beowulf actually is trying to depict or tell us with regards with the VUCA world, okay, the unchanging values of the VUCA world. Last week, we have discussed VUCA. Let me just remind you again what VUCA means. V is for volatile, U, uncertain, C is for complex, and the last one, A, ambiguous. That's the type or the kind of world that we live in right now. It's constantly changing. There's this a saying that says the only constant thing in the world is actually change. And I think that is correct. And as people that lives in that kind of world, we should be able to have the flexibility to adapt, to learn how to live in the changes that are coming, constantly coming. And we can never stop them, right? Beowulf in the story faced different monsters. And the first one, he met Grendel. Okay. Nowhere in his life before he met Grendel, he was able to face a monster. That's the first time. Grendel was not human. Okay. In the description, he was a demon, descendant of Cain. That's how he was described in the epic poem Beowulf. And after Beowulf, of course, his mother sought revenge because Beowulf killed her son, rather. So Grendel's mother came to the rescue. After that, it didn't end there. Okay? After Beowulf went back home to Gateland to rule among his subjects, he was again confronted by yet another monster, the dragon. So in his life, he had faced many difficult changes and challenges, or challenges that came with the changes that he constantly had to face. But Beowulf stood firm with his strength and courage to face those. There are a lot of values in the world, good values, that I hope you, students, grade 9 and everybody that is watching this, we may stand firm and hold on to the ground that we have already won. The values that was taught to us by morals, by our culture, we have to have those in our lives and in our life as we move on and go ahead and face all the changes that are happening. Okay? I will give you a couple of questions that I want you to reflect on. I want you to reflect on and answer them on a piece of paper, or maybe have them in your thoughts or in your mind. And when you have this discussion with your teacher, grade 9 teachers, I hope that you can share them. Okay? This is going to be a part of the discussion of the unchanging values of the VUCA world in connection with the epic poem Beowulf. The first question I want you to think about is, how would you call an act if a man is very much sure to neglect his own safety for the safety of others? What kind of character does that show? That he's willing to risk his own life and his own safety for the safety of others. That's the first one. The second question, can you also risk, probably not your own life, but maybe your safety? Can you risk your safety to save a family, a loved one, or maybe other people that you are not even related with? Those two questions I want you to keep in mind. Number one, how do you call an act of a man who is willing to neglect his own safety for the safety of others? The second one, what do you call, or would you be willing, rather, to risk your own life and safety for those you love and for other people that you may not be or may be related with? Those two questions. I want you to take those down, or you can go back on the live that we are watching now on our Facebook page, RTV Tarlac channel 26. Go back there if you've ever forgot my question. Because I know that in an ever-changing world, students, we have to stand firm in the values that we already have. These will help you be able to adapt quickly, be flexible enough, whatever changes may come our way. Like Beowulf. He stood firm, he faced a lot of monsters, but he was strong. Okay. We may not have the same battles as he did, but we face battles every single day. And I hope you know that you have a great chance of winning them. I hope you have learned a lot today, because I did. I really did. I did a lot while learning and while discussing this topic. So, I am your teacher broadcaster for today, Ma'am Jan Paula M. Rivera. I'll see you next time. See you later.
Ngayong taon, bukod sa sunod-sunod ng mga bagyo na tumama sa Pilipinas at nagdulot ng malawakang pagbaha, isa pang malaking pagsubok ang kinailangang harapin, hindi lamang ng ating bansa, kundi ng buong mundo. Ito ay ang pandemyang COVID-19. Tunay nga na naging mapanghamon ang taong 2020 para sa ating mga Pilipino. Ngunit sa kabila ng lahat ng ito, anuman ang mga pagsubok na kailangan nating malampasan, palaging nariyan ang ating mga magigiting na frontliners at first responders na laging handang magligtas ng buhay at maglingkod sa mga kababayan nating nangangailangan ng tulong.
I assure everyone that your government is on top of the situation. I guarantee you that your government will do its best to provide assistance in the form of shelters, relief goods, financial aid, and post-disaster counseling. Rest assured, the government will not leave anybody behind. We will get through this crisis, I assure you. As one nation, kapit po tayo, mga kababayan, magbayanihan po tayong lahat.
Nararapat lamang na bigyan natin sila ng pagpupugay para sa kanilang ipinapamalas na kabayanihan. Hindi alintana ang anumang panganib. Magampanan lamang ang kanilang tungkulin. Kahanga-hanga ang dedikasyon ng mga bayaning responders sa kanilang trabaho at pagmamalasakit sa kapwa. Ibinubuwis maging ang sariling buhay para sa kaligtasan ng ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po.
As the world faces COVID-19, there are several measures one can take to help fight this virus. Here are some ways to prevent the spread of the virus. Number 1, avoid big crowds. Number 2, maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between you and the person who shows symptoms of the disease. Number 3, always cover your mouth or nose with tissues or your arm when coughing or sneezing, and immediately throw away used tissues. Number 4, avoid touching your mouth and nose. Number 5, wear a face mask if you are experiencing fever, cough, and colds. Number 6, wash your hands regularly with clean water and soap. Number 7, always bring an alcohol-based sanitizer wherever you go. If you are experiencing symptoms such as fever, cough, cold, shortness of breath, or having difficulty breathing, head to the nearest hospital as soon as you can or call the following hotline for assistance. DOH hotline 02-8651 7800, local 1149 to 1150. And to keep track of the current number of COVID-19 cases in the Philippines, you can go to ncovtracker.doh.gov.ph. We can beat this as long as we're always prepared and work together. For more information, you can visit the Department of Health's official website at www.doh.gov.ph. This is Secretary Martin Andanar of the Presidential Communications Operations Office.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at ng DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Narito na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta kayo mga ginigiliw kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan 9, Binibining Regel Ann Chaos, upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin na kahulugan ng pamilihan. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, ay narito ang iilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na naririnig o napapanood ang ating broadcast. Matanong ko lang, kumain ka na ba? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ika-6 na linggo ng ikalawang markahan. Ito ay ang Module 4 na may pamagat na Istruktura ng Pamilihan. Ihanda nyo na rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala o maisulat ang mga mahahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa kahulugan ng pamilihan. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang linggo. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Magaling! Noong nakaraang episode ay ating tinalakay ang papel na ginagampanan ng pamahalaan sa pagtatakda ng presyo sa pamilihan. Nagpapatupad ang pamahalaan ng price ceiling upang mapanatiling abot kaya para sa mga mamamayan ang presyo ng mga pangunahing produkto lalo na sa panahon ng krisis. Itinatakda ito kapag ang equilibrium price ay masyadong mataas sa pananaw ng mga consumer. Ang Department of Trade and Industry o DTI ang pangunahing ahensya na may tungkulin na ipatupad sa tulong ng lokal na pamahalaan upang masigurong ang galaw ng presyo ng mga produkto at serbisyo sa pamilihan ay naaayon sa batas. Samantala, ang price floor naman ay ipinatutupad upang matulungan ang mga producer. Kabilang dito ang pagkakaloob ng price support sa sektor ng agrikultura at ang batas na nauukol sa pagtatakda ng minimum wage. At ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa sa araw na ito. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng aralin na ito ay inyong mabibigyan ng malawak na kahulugan ang pamilihan. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mga mag-aaral sa ika-9 na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung ngayon po ay may katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type lamang po ang facebook.com/rehelia.ana o kaya naman ay tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0977-425-0552. Uulitin ko ang numerong maaari niyong tawagan, 0977-425-0552. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa, ay sagutin muna natin ang gawain 1.1 sa pahina 6 ng inyong module. Ihanda na ninyo ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel. Ang pamagat ng gawain na ito ay, ito ang bet ko. Sa ating panuto, maglista ng tig-3 tatak ng produkto o serbisyo sa bawat kategorya at piliin ang pinaka-paborito o pinaka-gusto mo. Ang ating unang kategorya ay sasakyan. Maglista kayo ng 3 modelo ng sasakyan na alam ninyo at pumili ng isa bilang iyong pinaka-paborito o pinaka-gusto. Maaari mo bang sabihin ang iyong isinulat? Magaling! Halimbawa ng mga sasakyan ay Toyota Fortuner, Honda Civic, Ford Ranger, Mitsubishi Montero at Hyundai Accent. May napili ka ba sa mga sasakyan na ito kung sakaling mabibigyan ka ng pagkakataon na magkaroon nito? Kung ako ang papapiliin, ang gusto ko ay Ford Ranger. Susunod na kategorya natin ay sabong panligo. Ayan, marami tayong mga iba't ibang brands ng sabong panligo na maililista nyo dyan. Tapos na ba kayo? Ano-ano ang mga brands ang naisulat ninyo? Mayroon tayong Dove, Safeguard, Palmolive, Silka at Cetaphil. Disclaimer lamang po, hindi po tayo nag-e-endorso ng anumang brand sa ating mga nabanggit at mababanggit. Ito po ay for academic purpose lamang. Ikatlong kategorya ay barberya o salon. Marami tayong iba't ibang salon na maaaring puntahan dito sa Tarlac City at maging sa inyong mga kanya-kanyang bayan, kaya siguradong marami kayong maililista dito. Ika-4 na kategorya ay sapatos. Napakarami din ng brands ng sapatos ang ating mabibili sa iba't ibang malls dito sa Tarlac. Maglista ng 3 at pumili ng isa bilang iyong pinaka-paborito. Ang huli nating kategorya ay fast food. Marami sa atin ang mahilig kumain sa mga fast foods. Ano-ano ang mga kilala ninyong fast foods at alin sa mga ito ang pinaka gusto ninyong pinupuntahan? Natapos mo ba? Mula sa mga nailista mong tatak o brand ng produkto o serbisyo sa sinagutang gawain sa tuklasin, may napansin ka bang partikular na hinahanap mong katangian sa mga produktong paborito mo? Saan mo nabibili ang mga ito? Kung ang sagot mo ay pamilihan, tama ka. Ang pamilihan o merkado ay tumutukoy sa mekanismo ng interaksyon ng mamimili o consumer at nagbibili o producer o tinatawag din na supplier upang magtakda ng presyo kapag nangyayari na ang palitan ng produkto at serbisyo. Hindi lamang ito isang lugar o tindahan na pinagdarausan ng bilihan ng mga kalakal. Ang pamilihan ay mahalagang bahagi na sa buhay ng mga producer at consumer. Ito ay ang nagsisilbing lugar kung saan nakakamit ng isang consumer ang sagot sa marami niyang pangangailangan at kagustuhan sa pamamagitan ng mga produkto at serbisyong handa at kaya niyang ikonsumo. Sa kabilang dako, ang mga producer ang siyang nagsisilbing tagapagtustos ng mga serbisyo at produkto upang ikonsumo ng mga tao. Sa pamilihan, itinatakda kung anong produkto at serbisyo ang gagawin at kung gaano ito karami. Sa ngayon, ang pamilihan ay tinatawag din nating palengke, talipapa, tiyangge at mall. Sa modernong panahon, lalo na habang may pandemya at limitado pa rin ang paglabas ng bahay, maging ang online selling at roving stores ay mga nagiging alternatibo sa pisikal na pagpunta sa mga pamilihan. Tandaan din natin na maituturing na pamilihan ang isang lugar kung ito ay nagkakaroon ng interaksyon sa pagitan ng bumibili at nagbibili at nagkakaroon ng bilihan ng produkto at serbisyo sa iisang lugar. Mayroong dalawang pangunahing tauhan sa pamilihan. Ito ay ang consumer at ang producer. Ang consumer ang bumibili ng mga produktong ginagawa ng mga producer, samantalang ang mga producer naman ang gumagawa ng mga produktong kailangan ng mga consumer sa pamamagitan ng mga salik ng produksyon na pagmamay-ari ng mga consumer. Sa lawak ng sistema ng pamilihan, ito ay maaaring lokal, panrehiyon, pambansa at pandaigdig. Halimbawa, kapag ang isang produkto ay mabibili lamang sa iisang pook, ito ay matatawag na lokal na pamahalaan, gaya ng mga sari-sari stores na ating makikita sa mga barangay. Maaari ba kayong magbigay ng halimbawa ng mga produktong mabibili sa mga sari-sari stores? Magaling! Samantala, ang mga produktong abaka ng Bicol, dried fish ng Cebu, durian ng Davao, at iba pang natatanging produkto sa iba pang mga lalawigan ay bahagi ng panrehiyong pamilihan. Dito sa Tarlac, anong produkto ang kilala sa ating panrehiyong pamilihan? Mahusay! Ang anaw aroma na kung saan dito nalilikha ang pabango at sabon mula sa ilang-ilang. Kilala din ang masarap na tinapa ng Talaga sa bayan ng Kapas. Ang bigas naman mula sa gitnang Luzon ay maaaring ipagbili sa mga taga-NCR o National Capital Region at maging sa iba pang rehiyon sa bansa. Ito naman ay matatawag nating pambansang pamilihan. At kung sakaling iluwas ang ating bigas dito sa Pilipinas, sa ibang bansa gaya ng Japan o kaya naman sa South Korea, magkakaroon ito ng pandaigdigang pamilihan. Dahil na rin sa pagsusulong ng globalisasyon, maraming produktong pandaigdig na pamilihan gaya ng mga produktong petrolyo. At ang mga nauusong online shops na patok ngayon sa internet ay mga halimbawa ng pamilihang maaaring maging lokal, panrehiyon, pambansa at pandaigdigan ang saklaw. Ayon kay Adam Smith, ang pamilihan ay may invisible hand na gumagabay sa mga producer at consumer upang maisaayos ang pamilihan. Ito ay walang iba kundi ang presyo. Senyales ang presyo ng kasunduan sa pagitan ng mga mamimili at nagbibili. Ang presyo ang siyang instrumento upang maging ganap ang palitan sa pagitan ng consumer at producer. Presyo din ang siyang naghuhudyat sa mga producer at consumer kung ano ang mas mabili o mabenta sa pamilihan. Kung nais ng mga consumer ng higit ng marami pang bilang ng produkto o serbisyo, ang presyo nito ay tataas. Ito ay senyales sa mga producer na higit na maraming supply ang kailangan. Matatandaan natin noong 2019, matapos mapabalita ang tungkol sa mga naging sakit sa mga manok na kung tawagin ay avian flu o kilala din natin bilang bird flu, bumaba ang supply nito at tumaas ang presyo nito sa pamilihan. At dahil sa pagtaas ng presyo ng manok, nahikayat na ang mga may poultry farm na mag-alaga pa ng mas maraming manok. Sa kabilang banda, ang mga consumer naman ay naghanap ng alternatibong produkto upang makaiwas muna sila sa pagbili o pagkain dahil nga tumaas ang presyo ng manok, katulad na lamang ng baboy at ng mga isda. Ang mas mataas na presyo ang nagiging dahilan sa pagbaba ng dami ng produktong binibili ng consumer. Subalit humihikayat naman sa mga producer upang paramihin pa ang produksyon. Ang mas mababa namang presyo ay maghihikayat ng pagkonsumo, subalit nakakapagpababa ng produksyon. Sa madaling salita, kapag mas mataas ang presyo, mas mataas din ang produksyon, ngunit mas mababa ang pagkonsumo. Dahil nga mataas ang presyo, hindi ganoon karami ang bibilihin na produkto ng mga consumer. At kapag mas mababa naman ang presyo, mas mababa din ang produksyon. Ngunit dahil mababa nga ang presyo, mas mataas ang pagkonsumo ng mga tao. Sa makatuwid, ang presyo ang tagapagbalanse ng transaksyon sa pamilihan. Kapag may balanse sa pagitan ng iba't ibang mamimili at nagbibili, mayroon tayong tinatawag na market equilibrium o ekwilibryo sa pamilihan. Ibig sabihin nito ay ibibigay ng producer o supplier ang produkto o serbisyo sa presyong katugma ng ibabayad ng consumer. Sa pamilihan, ang lahat ng bagay ay may presyo, bawat produkto at bawat serbisyo. Maging ang iba-ibang gawain ng tao ay may presyo na nakabatay sa antas ng pasahod o wage rate. Nakatatanggap ang isang manggagawa o empleyado ng sahod sa kanilang ibinibigay na paglilingkod at ginagamit nila ito upang bilhin lahat ng kanilang pangangailangan at kagustuhan. Laging tandaan na ang presyo ang siyang nagbibigay hudyat sa mga kalahok sa pamilihan. Kapag nais ng mga mamimili ng mas maraming produkto, halimbawa ay bigas, tataas ang order para dito. Halos mag-uunahan ang mga mamimili sa pagbili ng mas maraming bigas dahil dito ang mga nagtitinda ay nagtataas ng presyo upang maipamahagi ang limitadong supply. Ipinapalagay na bawat produkto ay may bibili, subalit kapag ito ay nanatili na sa mga bodega o nakaimbak lamang, ito ay wala sa pamilihan, kaya ito ay tinatawag na stock. Ang pamilihan ay mahalagang bahagi na sa buhay ng consumer at producer. Matatawag itong pamilihan kung nagkakaroon ng interaksyon ang bumibili at nagbebenta gamit ang presyo bilang na siyang tumatayong halaga ng produkto sa pera. Nagiging posible ang palitan ng produkto at serbisyo kahit wala ito sa gusali o sa palengke. Ang ekwilibryo sa pamilihan ang siyang nagiging hudyat ng pagkakasundo ng producer at consumer hinggil sa halaga ng isang produkto. Ayan, bago natin tapusin ang ating talakayan, nais ko kayong bigyang ng paalala kung paano maging responsableng mamimili o consumer sa panahon ngayon. Tulad ng nabanggit natin kanina, nauuso ang mga online shops at alam ko na alam ninyong patok na patok ngayon ang Shopee at Lazada. Paalala lamang huwag tayong laging mag-add to cart at check out. Bago natin ito bilhin, pag-isipan muna nating mabuti kung ito ba ay kailangan natin o kagustuhan lamang. At para ibuod ang ating naging talakayan, napag-usapan natin ang tungkol sa pamilihan. At tandaan ninyo na ang pamilihan ay hindi lamang tumutukoy sa isang gusali o palengke. Ang pamilihan ay tumutukoy din kapag merong interaksyon na nagaganap sa pagitan ng nagbibili at bumibili. At ang nagbibili o bumibili ang mga pangunahing tauhan sa pamilihan. At dahil malawak ang sistema ng pamilihan, meron tayong tinatawag na mga lokal, panrehiyon, pambansa at pandaigdigang pamilihan. Sa ating susunod na talakayan ay ating susuriin ang mga istruktura ng pamilihan at mga katangian nito. Ngunit bago yon, sagutin ninyo muna ang gawain sa pahina 15 ng inyong module sa AP9. Ang ating panuto, unawain, suriin at sagutin ang mga sumusunod na katanungan ukol sa larawan na inyong makikita. Isulat ang kompletong sagot sa inyong pad paper. Maaari ninyong kunan ng larawan gamit ang inyong cellphone ang inyong sinagutang gawain at isumite ito sa Facebook Messenger ng inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan. Sa mga walang access sa internet, maaaring ipasa ninyo ang inyong ginawang activity sa inyong barangay hall. Sa itatakdang pagsauli at pagkuha ng mga modules. Isang paalala lamang, ang inyong mga magulang o guardian ang maaaring magpunta o magtungo sa barangay hall sa pagpasa ng mga sinagutan ninyong gawain. Sila din ay inaasahang sumunod sa ating mga health protocols tulad ng pagsusuot ng face mask, face shield, paghuhugas ng kamay at physical distancing. Naway marami kayong natutunan sa ating aralin para sa araw na ito. Laging tandaan, we heal as one, we learn as one, at magagawa natin ito sa pagtutulungan. ayan, no, patuloy lang tayong nakatutok sa ating broadcast, no? At bago natin tuluyang tapusin ang ating talakayan, magkaroon tayo ng kaunting review no, sa ating talakayan, no? Ang pamilihan, tandaan, ay hindi lamang isang gusali o palengke, basta't nagkakaroon ng interaksyon sa pagitan ng mamimili at nagbibili, ito ay matatawag na pamilihan. Muli, ako ang inyong guro on air para sa Araling Palipunan Grade 9 Economics ngayong linggo, na nagsasabing makinig at matuto, si Teacher Regel ang bahala sa inyo. Happy Eco Afternoon mga kabataang Tarlakenyo, hanggang sa muli.
Ilang araw pa lamang mula nang maiangat ang enhanced community quarantine sa ilang lugar sa bansa, ngunit makikita na ang mabigat na trapiko. Mga residenteng lumalabas ng kani-kanilang mga tahanan, walang mask at wala ring halos physical distancing.
Remember, the easing up of the restrictions, hindi iyan sabihin na wala na ang COVID. If you get COVID, you go to the hospital. Yung hospital, yung kama ibigay sa iyo, kalilinis lang kasi 1 hour before may namatay doon. Ikaw na naman ang papalit. Ikaw yung pang-anim kung hindi ka talaga magsunod ng batas. At totoo lang, COVID is very lethal. We cannot afford a second or third wave.
Gusto mo bang lumabas? Gusto mo bang magka-COVID-19? Ako, ayoko. Kaya ugaling maghugas ng kamay. Magsuot ng mask kapag lalabas ng bahay. Panatilihin ang safe physical distancing. Bahay muna. Buhay muna.
Tuwing sasapit ang alas 5 ng hapon, parangalan natin ang ating mga kababayan na nasa unahan laban sa COVID-19. Lumabas tayo sa pintuan ng ating mga tahanan. Dumungaw tayo sa ating mga bintana. At atin silang bigyan ng masigabong palakpakan. Gumawa tayo ng ingay. Ipagbunyi ang ating frontliners. At ipahayag ang ating walang hanggang suporta sa kanilang kabayanihan.
Gusto ko lang pong i-take itong opportunity ito para magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga doktor at nurses especially yung mga nag-alaga po sa akin, sa buong Asian Hospital, at sa lahat po ng ating frontliners.
Umawit tayo at sumayaw at ipakita ang ating talento bilang pagsaludo sa mga bayaning nasa unahan. Talunin natin ang COVID-19. Sama-sama nating pagalingin ang ating inang bayan. Kaya natin to. We heal as one.
Congratulations, RTV Channel 26 of Tarlac, with this very successful launching of this project for us, DEPED, and for you. So congratulations, God bless you, more project to come, and more coverage for us for the noble cause of education. Thank you to all our sponsors. God bless you all.
Animal Production Swine students. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This is Cecil G. Granadoso, your teacher broadcaster in Grade 9 TLE, Agri-Fishery Arts Animal Production Swine. Delivering education on air, where listening and watching becomes fun learning. Today, we will focus our discussion on animal production swine. Our topic is perform preparatory breeding activities. So, get your compendium of notes in animal production. Find a place where you can study comfortably, join actively, and participate willingly. Let me repeat, our topic is perform preparatory breeding activities. This is your teacher on air, Teacher Cecil. This time, let us have a memory test. Let me see if you still remember our previous lesson on the facilities and equipment on animal production, especially on swine production. I have 3 questions. The first question: what do you call the equipment that, due to its limited space, it minimizes the movement of the sow and reduces the possibility of deaths of piglets due to crushing? Yes, you're right. It is a farrowing crate or stall. Second question: this equipment is used to transport feeds during feeding time. It can accommodate 100 kilograms of feeds during feeding time, and this is correct. It is a feed cart. And the last question: what is the equipment where baby pigs can be kept comfortably by providing them with a 50 to 100 watt bulbs, especially rainy season or cold days? You've got it right. It is a heat lamp, and a brooder. I'm glad that you still remember our previous lesson. By the way, do you have pet pigs at home or on your neighborhood? What do you notice about their physical appearance or features? Yes, how about the color of their skin, their body, their feet, and their ears? Yes, they have differences from one another. Some are white, some are black or spotted, others have erected ears, and some are drooping. Do you think they belong to the same breed? Yes, even swine or pigs have different breeds. So by now, you already know our next lesson, or you have an idea. Yes, it is the different breeds of swine, which is under lesson 5, handling breeders, with a learning outcome, perform preparatory breeding activities. With a competency, select a suitable breed based on the industry standard and choice of enterprise. In fact, we must know the breed that is suitable to our locality and how to select a breeder stock. So get your compendium of notes in animal production and do not forget your learning activity sheets and ball pen. As I discussed, I want you to answer your learning activity sheet simultaneously. There is a table in your learning activity sheet. In the first column are the breeds of swine. On the second column, you will write the physical feature or appearance of each breed as I discussed. Most likely, these are the color of the skin, the ears, the legs of the breed. So listen carefully. Okay, let us start and define what is breed. A breed is a specific group of domestic animals having homogeneous appearance, homogeneous behavior, or other characteristic that distinguish it from other organisms of the same species. There are 6 common breeds of swine that are raised in our country. These are Landrace, Yorkshire, Duroc Jersey, Pitrain, New Hampshire, and Berkshire. Each breed has a distinctive feature that you can easily identify them even just merely looking at them. On your compendium of notes, you have the picture of each breed. Let us study them one by one. The 6 common breed of swine raised in the Philippines. First, we have the Landrace. This breed is excellent in litter size and mothering ability and performs well under confinement. It is pure white in color with a long body and an almost flat back. It has a long head and a clear jaw. The ears sometimes is covering the eyes. The breed has trouble in leanness when it is exposed to full feeding of high energy diets. The breed is also prone to feed trouble. Again, Landrace is white in color, short legs, and large drooping ears. Second we have is the Yorkshire. The local name of this breed is large white. It is one of the most superior breeds in litter size and mothering ability. It performs well under confinement system of housing and reproduces well in crossbreeding. Growth rate is excellent. This pig has white hair coat and skin. However, this breed has an excess back fat and pale, soft muscle. Again, this breed is white in color but have erect ears. The third breed we have is the Duroc or the Duroc Jersey. The Duroc color is varying shades of red. The sow are prolific and are good mothers. They produce pigs that are superior in growth rate and in feed conversion. Ika nga, bigatin. And their performance under rugged condition is better than any other of white breed. Again, the color of the skin is shade of red and partially drooping ears. The fourth breed we have is the pie tray. This is a meaty type of pig with black and white spots on its body. The hams, shoulder, and loins are well shaped. The ears are erect. Its carcass has a high lean meat percentage, but poor in body constitution. Its efficiency in converting feed to gain weight is not good and is something of a slow grower. Malaman, pero mabagal ang laki. Pie train is only worthwhile in crosses, but not as purebred because it is highly susceptible to stress. Next we have is the New Hampshire. New Hampshire, they are black with white belt around the shoulder, short-legged, lack body thickness. The sow are noted for winning a high percentage of pig, parrot, and adaptable to very rugged condition. The growth rate, however, has generally been average or below. And the last one we have is the Berkshire. These are black with 4 white feet. Some have white in the face and tail. Ears are erect and inclined forward as the animal grows older. This breed is meaty and adaptable to rugged condition. The length, depth, and balance of their body are good, but they lack good growth and are not efficient in converting feed to gain weight. The sow are not as prolific as the other breed. Those are the 6 different breeds of swine commonly raised in our country as for meat production or for a breeder. Have you completed your learning activity sheets or the table that I've asked you to do? Oh, that's great. So, by this time, you already have a simple guide in identifying the breeds of swine just merely looking at it. Very good. Well done. So, now, can you name the 6 breeds of swine that are commonly raised in the Philippines? Okay, these are Landrace, Yorkshire, and the local name of it is large white. Then we have the Duroc, the Pie Train, the New Hampshire, and the last one, the Berkshire. So by merely looking at the pig, you can now identify its breed and learn the good qualities of it as well as their limitations. At this juncture, let us see how well are you in identifying the breeds of swine by merely mentioning their physical features. So, I want you to get a paper and pen. We will be having a 5-item multiple choice quiz. So, write the letter of your answer. So, I will be reading the question twice. Okay? Are you ready? Okay, let's start. Okay, number 1. This breed has a black and white belt around the shoulder. Again, this breed has a black and white belt around the shoulder. A. Berkshire. B. New Hampshire. C. Pytrain. And D. Duroc. You can write the letter of your answer on a piece of paper. Second question. It has white-colored skin and hair, short legs, and large drooping ears. It has white-colored skin and hair, short legs, and large drooping ears. A. Landrace. B. Yorkshire or large white. C. Pytrain. And D. Berkshire. Number 3. The breed which has varying shade of red in color and has a partially drooping ears. A. Berkshire. B. New Hampshire. C. Duroc. D. Landrace. Again, the breed which has a varying shade of red in color and has a partially drooping ears. A. Berkshire. B. New Hampshire. C. Duroc. D. Landrace. Fourth item. This breed of swine has a spotted black and white on its body. A. Landrace. B. Yorkshire. C. Pytrain. And D. Berkshire. Again, this breed of swine has a spotted black and white on its body. A. Landrace. B. Yorkshire. C. Pytrain. And D. Berkshire. And number 5, we have, it has a white-colored skin and hair and erect ears. A. Landrace. B. Yorkshire. C. Pytrain. D. Berkshire. Again, it has a white-colored skin and hair and erect ears. A. Landrace. B. Yorkshire or large white. C. Pytrain. D. Berkshire. Yes, this is it. Let us check your answers. Okay. So, answers are, for number 1, we have letter B, New Hampshire. I hope you've got it right. Number 2, it is letter A. It's a land race. Okay. And number 3, we have letter C, a Duroc. Okay. And number 4 is a Pytrain. So, and number 5 is a Yorkshire or a large white. So, these are the answers for our short quiz. Okay, count the number of corrected items. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations. And for those who got 3 to 4, you've done a good job. And for those who got 2 below, okay, you can get your compendium of notes and you can review your answers. Okay? So let's have a recap, no? So you can remember more of these breeds of swine. Okay. So there are breeds of swine like the Landrace and the Yorkshire or large white, which are both white but what is significant or difference with this is the large white, okay, or the Yorkshire have an erect ears, while the landrace have a large drooping ears. Okay, so remember those features that you can easily find on the different white-colored pigs or swine. Then we have the Duroc. Okay, the Duroc is of varying red. Okay, so remember that. So you can easily now look on your swine at home or on your neighborhood, and you can use the table that I've asked you to do as a guide in identifying the breeds of swine that are in your locality. Okay? So by this time, there is a question that is being sent here. Okay. What pig or what breed of swine has the biggest litter? Okay. Actually, this question is very relevant to our discussion. Can you guess the answer? From our discussion, we have mentioned it earlier. Yes, you're right. It is the large white or the Yorkshire. What might be the reason for this, why it is said to be having the biggest litter? Yes, because it is one of the most superior breeds having litter size and mothering ability. And actually, it can produce an average of 11 to 12 liters. Okay, and that's a good indication of a good breeder. Okay. And another question. Where do black pigs belong as the breed of swine? That is an open-ended question. You might be saying that this black pig can be a native pig, right? Or if it is an imported breed of swine, it can be considered as the large black, or this large black is a British breed of domestic pig, a combination of Devon and Cornwall. So you have to use the table that I asked you to do, and you can use them in identifying the breeds of swine that are present in your locality. Okay. Another question. Which breed is best for our place? So I would not mention anymore the place. So I guess this is a very good question, no? Because this question pertains on our next lesson, and this is an indication that you are raising your interest on this topic, which is an animal production, the handling of breeders, which on our next topic, we'll be discussing the guidelines or the factors to consider in selecting the breeds of swine. So I hope that you have learned something on our lesson, which is an animal production, swine, lesson 5, handling breeders. Okay, so don't forget to watch us live on Facebook, like and share our Facebook page on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Okay? Okay, again, let me remind you that watch us live on Facebook, like and share on our Facebook page, RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Okay. There is still a question that is suit here, no? Which breed is not susceptible to ASF, which is a common occurrent events, no? So actually, different types of pigs have different susceptibility. Okay, it's just a matter of how we practice our management in swine production. So again, let's have a recap, no? Again, what are the 6 breeds of swine? Okay, so we have first we have the landrace. Second, the Yorkshire, the Yorkshire or large white, the Pie Train, the Duroc, the New Hampshire, and the Berkshire. Okay? So, okay. So, again, what is the color of landrace? It is white. Okay, very good. I hope you've learned a lot from our lesson for this day, for our learning experiences that we have this afternoon. Okay. So again, I am your teacher, Cecil Granadoso, your teacher broadcaster for grade 9 TLE Animal Production Swine, saying in TLE is we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress. Until next time. So don't forget, watch us live on Facebook. Like and share our Facebook page on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ilang araw pa lamang mula nang maiangat ang enhanced community quarantine sa ilang lugar sa bansa, ngunit makikita na ang mabigat na trapiko. Mga residenteng lumalabas ng kani-kanilang mga tahanan, walang mask at wala ring halos physical distancing.
Remember, the easing up of the restrictions, hindi iyan sabihin na wala na ang COVID. If you get COVID, you go to the hospital. Yung hospital, yung kama ibigay sa iyo, kalilinis lang kasi 1 hour before may namatay doon. Ikaw na naman ang papalit. Ikaw yung pang-anim kung hindi ka talaga magsunod ng batas. At totoo lang, COVID is very lethal. We cannot afford a second or third wave.
Gusto mo bang lumabas? Gusto mo bang magka-COVID-19? Ako, ayoko. Kaya ugaling maghugas ng kamay. Magsuot ng mask kapag lalabas ng bahay. Panatilihin ang safe physical distancing. Bahay muna. Buhay muna.
Tuwing sasapit ang alas 5 ng hapon, parangalan natin ang ating mga kababayan na nasa unahan laban sa COVID-19. Lumabas tayo sa pintuan ng ating mga tahanan. Dumungaw tayo sa ating mga bintana. At atin silang bigyan ng masigabong palakpakan. Gumawa tayo ng ingay. Ipagbunyi ang ating frontliners. At ipahayag ang ating walang hanggang suporta sa kanilang kabayanihan.
Gusto ko lang pong i-take itong opportunity ito para magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga doktor at nurses, especially yung mga nag-alaga po sa akin, sa buong Asian Hospital, at sa lahat po ng ating frontliners.
Umawit tayo at sumayaw at ipakita ang ating talento bilang pagsaludo sa mga bayaning nasa unahan. Talunin natin ang COVID-19. Sama-sama nating pagalingin ang ating inang bayan. Kaya natin to. We heal as one.
As the world faces COVID-19, there are several measures one can take to help fight this virus. Here are some ways to prevent the spread of the virus. Number 1, avoid big crowds. Number 2, maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between you and the person who shows symptoms of the disease. Number 3, always cover your mouth or nose with tissues or your arm when coughing or sneezing, and immediately throw away used tissues. Number 4, avoid touching your mouth and nose. Number 5, wear a face mask if you are experiencing fever, cough, and colds. Number 6, wash your hands regularly with clean water and soap. Number 7, always bring an alcohol-based sanitizer wherever you go. If you are experiencing symptoms such as fever, cough, cold, shortness of breath, or having difficulty breathing, head to the nearest hospital as soon as you can or call the following hotline for assistance. DOH hotline 02-8651 7800, local 1149 to 1150. And to keep track of the current number of COVID-19 cases in the Philippines, you can go to ncovtracker.doh.gov.ph. We can beat this as long as we're always prepared and work together. For more information, you can visit the Department of Health's official website at www.doh.gov.ph. This is Secretary Martin Andanar of the Presidential Communications Operations Office.
Good afternoon, grade 9 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, channel 26. Simulcast over DZTZ 828 AM Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. Before we start to the new lesson, make sure you are holding your module so you can follow as I go along with the discussion. Stay in the most comfortable place while listening or watching for this broadcast. Hands off to all distractions. Lend me your ears and focus on the lesson. At the end of the module, you are expected to identify the different representative artists of the Renaissance period. Okay then, are you ready? Let's get started. Let us talk about the arts of the Renaissance period. Are you familiar with the movie Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Do you know the characters of this movie? Yes, they are Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael, and Donatello. The name of these characters were inspired from the famous artists of the Renaissance period, which we will be studying for today. Through this lesson, you will have a deeper understanding and appreciation of the well-known artists during the Renaissance period and their artworks. Arts of the Renaissance period covers artworks produced during the 14th, 15th, and 16th century in Europe. It was an era of great artistic and intellectual achievement, with the birth of secular art. The focus was on realistic and humanistic art. The word Renaissance comes from the word renaître, which means rebirth. It pertains to arts, particularly in Italy, such as sculptures, paintings, music, architecture, and literature. Renaissance was the period of economic progress. It stirred enthusiasm for the study of the ancient philosophy and artistic values. Renaissance art was characterized by the following: accurate anatomy, scientific perspective, and deeper landscape. Renaissance painters depicted real-life figures, and their sculptures were naturalistic portraits of human beings. The most common subject of this period is human philosophy. Architecture during this time was characterized by its symmetry and balance. Famous artists of this era were the following. First, we have Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni, or known as Michelangelo. Second, Leonardo di Piero da Vinci, or Leonardo. Third, Raffaello Sancho da Urbino, aka Raphael. And lastly, we have Donato de Niccolo di Betto Bardi, or known as Donatello. Now, let's talk about the famous artists of the Renaissance period and their artworks. Let's start with Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni, or known as Michelangelo, from 1475 to 1564. Michelangelo was an Italian sculptor, painter, architect, and poet. He was considered the greatest living artist of his lifetime. And since then, he was considered as one of the greatest artists of all time. A number of his works in paintings, sculptures, and architecture rank amongst the famous existence. Among his outstanding works as a sculptor were the following. First, we have the Pietà, a subject in question depicting the Virgin Mary cradling the dead body of Jesus Christ. Pietà means piety, compassion. It is made in marble stone with a dimension of 174 centimeter or 68.5 by 78.6 inches. Another work of Michelangelo is David. David is a masterpiece of Renaissance sculpture, created in marble between 1501 and 1504 by the Italian artist Michelangelo. David is a 5.17 meter or 17 feet marble statue of the biblical figure David, a favored subject in the art of Florence. Two of his best-known artworks, the Pietà and David, were sculptured before Michelangelo turned 30. He also created the most influential works in fresco in the history of Western art. The painting in the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in Rome between 1508 and 1512. It is a corner artwork of high resonance art. The ceiling varies painted elements from part of a larger scheme of decoration within the chapel, which includes the large fresco, the Last Judgment on the sanctuary wall. Central to the ceiling decoration are 9 scenes from the book of Genesis, of which the creation of Adam is the best known. And now, the next artist in the Renaissance period is Leonardo di Piero da Vinci, from 1452 to 1519. Leonardo da Vinci was a painter, an architect, scientist, and mathematician. He was popularized in present times through the novel and movie, Da Vinci Code. He was known as the ultimate Renaissance man because of his intellect, interest, talent, and his expression of humanist and classical values. He was also considered to be one of the greatest painters of all time, and perhaps the most diversely talented person to have ever lived. The famous painting of Leonardo da Vinci is Mona Lisa. It stems from a description by Renaissance art historian Giorgio Vasari, who wrote, quote and unquote, Leonardo undertook to paint for Francesco del Giocondo the portrait of Mona Lisa, his wife. Mona Lisa is also known as La Gioconda and called Portrait of Lisa Gherardini. It is an oil painting on a popular wood panel with a dimension of 77 centimeter by 53 centimeter or 30 by 21 inches. It is considered as the most famous portrait. Mona in Italian is a polite form of address originating as Madonna, similar to ma'am, madame, or my lady in English. This became Madonna and its contraction Mona. The title of the painting, though traditionally spelled Mona, is commonly spelled in modern Italian as Mona Lisa. Another famous among his painting is The Last Supper, an Italian cenacolo, one of the most famous artworks in the world, painted by Leonardo da Vinci, probably between 1495 and 1498. It depicts the dramatic scene described in several closely connected moments in the Gospel, including the book of Matthew, chapter 26, verses 21 to 28, in which Jesus declares that one of the apostles will betray him and later institute the Eucharist. The Last Supper is the most reproduced religious painting of all time. For those who have just tuned in, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 AM Radio Filipino Tarlac. This is your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Cheryl, and our lesson is about the famous artists and their artworks during the Renaissance period. Let's continue. The next artist is Raffaello Sancho de Urbino, aka Raphael, born on 1483 and died on 1520. Raphael was an Italian painter and architect of the High Renaissance period. His work was admired for its clarity of form, ease of composition, and for its visual achievement of interpreting the divine and incorporating Christian doctrines. Together with Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci, he formed the traditional trinity of great masters of that period. The main contribution of Raphael in art were his unique draftsmanship and compositional skills. His famous works were the following: The School of Athens and the Transfiguration. Let us talk about the School of Athens. The School of Athens by Raphael shows an imaginary scene from ancient Greece with many famous Greek philosophers, writers, artists, and mathematicians. Raphael used the faces of famous people from his own time. He used Leonardo da Vinci as his model for Plato. The philosopher with the white beard, there you can see it on the picture, he is standing in the center beside Socrates. Another work of Raphael is the Transfiguration. The Transfiguration was commissioned by Cardinal Giulio de' Medici, the late Pope Clement VII. The painting was conceived as an altarpiece for the Narbonne Cathedral in France. The painting exemplifies Raphael's development as an artist and the culmination of his career. It was Raphael's last painting which he worked on up to his death. The subject was combined with an additional episode from the Gospel in the lower part of the painting, as you can see. And last but not the least is Donato de Niccolo di Betto Bardi, or Donatello. Donatello was one of the Italian great artists of the period. He was an early Renaissance Italian sculptor from Florence. He is known for his work in bas relief, a form of shallow relief sculpture. He worked in stone, bronze, wood, clay, and wax. He was a realist, an artist whose sculpture showed the subjects as real people. Naturalism and the showing of human feelings are his influences in art. He was the first sculptor of his time to celebrate human body, an idea that had died out after Greek and Roman times. His works include the following stages in relief. First, David. Second, a statue of St. George. Third, equestrian monument of Gattamelata. Fourth, Prophet Habakkuk. And fifth is the Feast of Herod. Renaissance is the art of calm and beauty. Its creations are perfect. They reveal nothing forced or inhibited, uneasy or unagitated. Each form has been born easily, free and complete. Everything breathes satisfaction, and we are surely not mistaken in seeing in this heavenly, calm and content, the highest artistic expression and the spirit of that age. First artwork of Donatello is David, or the statue of David. David is a life-size best-known work of Donatello. The David is the first known freestanding nude statue since antiquity. This is a bronze statue of David, one of the most daring interpretation of a biblical theme in the history of sculpture. The sleek form and flowing naturalism of David's contrapposto pose. Contrapposto pose is a sculptural scheme originated by the ancient Greeks, in which a standing human figure is poised, such that weight rests on one leg, which is called as the engaged leg, and freeing the other leg, which is bent on the knee. Next artwork is a statue of George. A statue of George is marble sculptured by Donatello. It is one of the 14 sculptures commissioned by the Guilds of Florence to decorate the external niches of the Oscomical Church. Another work of Donatello is Equestrian Monument of Gattamelata. Equestrian Monument of Gattamelata is a sculpture dating from 1553, located in Padua, Italy. It portrays the Renaissance condottiero Erasmo da Narni, known as Gattamelata, who served most under the Republic of Venice, which ruled Padua at the time. It is an old bronze statue of this time. Was made using the lost wax method. The statue sits on a pedestal, and both the condottiero and his horse are portrayed in real life size. Next in line is Prophet Habakkuk. Prophet Habakkuk is made in marble and it stands 196 centimeters in height. The prophet Habakkuk, or the so-called zucchini, or the pumpkin head, is a skin and bone under the rough cloth robe that suggests a toga. The hand clutches conclusively at the strap and rolled top of a scroll. The bald head is carved with brutal strokes, and the eyebrows have been exaggerated by the effects of withering. Lastly is the Feast of Herod. Feast of Herod is a bronze relief by Donatello, which is 60 by 60 centimeter. It appears on the baptistry of the Siena Cathedral in Italy. It is one of Donatello's earliest relief sculpture and his first bronze relief. The sculpture is noted for Donatello's use of perspective. The sculpture depicts the beheading of John the Baptist, after Salome asked Herod Antipas for his head on a platter. The scene depicts an executioner presenting the severed head, and Herod reacting in shock. And that concludes our lesson for today. There you have it, the different artists and their respective artworks during the Renaissance period. Did you enjoy the lesson? Were you able to feel the passion and appreciate the different artists and their respective artworks? Were you able to appreciate all their hardships and their contributions when it comes to artworks? Wow, that was amazing. I'm glad you did. So this time, let me see if you really have learned something from the lesson we have discussed. I will give you some activities for you to answer. Bring out your module, a pen, or a paper so you can answer while listening or watching. I will be reading the questions twice for you to follow. Answer it correctly and properly. First question. The Mona Lisa is the artwork of A. Leonardo, B. Michelangelo, C. Raphael, D. Donatello. I repeat, the Mona Lisa is the artwork of A. Leonardo, B. Michelangelo, C. Raphael, D. Donatello. What's your answer? The correct answer is letter A. That is Leonardo. Next question. He was an early Renaissance Italian sculpture from Florence? Is it A. Leonardo, B. Donatello, C. Michelangelo, D. Raphael? I repeat, he was a Renaissance Italian sculptor from Florence. Is it A. Leonardo, B. Donatello, C. Michelangelo, or D. Raphael? What is your answer? Yeah, you got it right. That is letter B. It's none other than Donatello. Third question. The Transfiguration was his last painting, which he worked up to his death. Who is this artist? Is it A. Leonardo, B. Raphael, C. Michelangelo, or D. Donatello? Who is this artist? The Transfiguration was his artwork. It is letter B. It's Raphael. There you have it. So I hope you have learned a lot today. Again, I am Ma'am Cheryl, your teacher broadcaster for grade 9 arts. Until next time.
Ngayong taon, bukod sa sunod-sunod ng mga bagyo na tumama sa Pilipinas at nagdulot ng malawakang pagbaha, isa pang malaking pagsubok ang kinailangang harapin, hindi lamang ng ating bansa, kundi ng buong mundo. Ito ay ang pandemyang COVID-19. Tunay nga na naging mapanghamon ang taong 2020 para sa ating mga Pilipino. Ngunit sa kabila ng lahat ng ito, anuman ang mga pagsubok na kailangan nating malampasan, palaging nariyan ang ating mga magigiting na frontliners at first responders na laging handang magligtas ng buhay at maglingkod sa mga kababayan nating nangangailangan ng tulong.
I assure everyone that your government is on top of the situation. I guarantee you that your government will do its best to provide assistance in the form of shelters, relief goods, financial aid, and post-disaster counseling. Rest assured, the government will not leave anybody behind. We will get through this crisis, I assure you. As one nation, kapit po tayo, mga kababayan, magbayanihan po tayong lahat.
Nararapat lamang na bigyan natin sila ng pagpupugay para sa kanilang ipinapamalas na kabayanihan. Hindi alintana ang anumang panganib. Magampanan lamang ang kanilang tungkulin. Kahanga-hanga ang dedikasyon ng mga bayaning responders sa kanilang trabaho at pagmamalasakit sa kapwa. Ibinubuwis maging ang sariling buhay para sa kaligtasan ng ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po.
As the world faces COVID-19, there are several measures one can take to help fight this virus. Here are some ways to prevent the spread of the virus. Number 1, avoid big crowds. Number 2, maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between you and the person who shows symptoms of the disease. Number 3, always cover your mouth or nose with tissues or your arm when coughing or sneezing, and immediately throw away used tissues. Number 4, avoid touching your mouth and nose. Number 5, wear a face mask if you are experiencing fever, cough and colds. Number 6, wash your hands regularly with clean water and soap. Number 7, always bring an alcohol-based sanitizer wherever you go. If you are experiencing symptoms such as fever, cough, cold, shortness of breath, or having difficulty breathing, head to the nearest hospital as soon as you can or call the following hotline for assistance. DOH hotline 02-8651 7800, local 1149 to 1150. And to keep track of the current number of COVID-19 cases in the Philippines, you can go to ncovtracker.doh.gov.ph. We can beat this as long as we're always prepared and work together. For more information, you can visit the Department of Health's official website at www.doh.gov.ph. This is Secretary Martin Andanar of the Presidential Communications Operations Office.
Shine sa Radyo Pilipino, Aral TarlakHenyo, RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Ako po si Rally G. Castro, bumabati ng magandang hapon sa ating mga tagapakinig at mga tagapanood. Alam po ninyo, napakapalad po natin ngayong hapon na ito dahil ating makakapanayam ang napakabait, napakasipag, at higit sa lahat po, napakakisig na officer in charge ng Social Mobilization and Networking Unit ng ating division. Ito'y walang iba kundi si Dr. Lawrence Santiago. Magandang hapon po, Doc Lawrence.
Magandang hapon po, Sir Rally.
Binibigyan po namin kayo ng pagkakataon sa oras na ito upang batiin ang ating mga tagapakinig at ang ating mga tagapanood.
Binabati ko po ng magandang hapon ng ating pong mga tagapakinig at tagapanood ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 na simultaneously cast sa DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang hapon po.
Salamat po, Doc Lawrence. Bilang unang katanungan po, Doc, dahil kayo na po ang officer in charge ng Social Mobilization and Networking Unit ng ating division, ano po ang Brigada Eskwela? Dahil ito po ay napapanahon ng ating pag-usapan ngayon. Ano po ito, Brigada Eskwela?
Ang Brigada Eskwela po, Sir Rally, ay National School Maintenance Week na tinatawag. At ginagawa po natin ito taon-taon at sa pag-prepare po natin ng mga paaralan at ng ating mga stakeholders para po sa pagbubukas ng school year o yung pagbubukas po ng klase.
Iyon po yung Brigada Eskwela pang pagbubukas lang po siya ng klase.
Ito po ay prepare po natin ang mga paaralan para po sa pagbubukas po ng klase, ready po yung ating mga school.
Ang ibig sabihin po, ang Brigada Eskwela pang summer, Doc? Pang summer lang po ba siya o ano siya?
Meron po tayong tinatawag na Brigada Eskwela Plus na kung saan ang ating pong mga paaralan ay bukas sa mga gustong magbigay ng donasyong pinansyal o serbisyo para po sa ating mga paaralan para sa mga mag-aaral po natin.
Opo, Doc. Alam po ninyo, Doc, ang isa pang tanong na gusto kong malaman mula sa inyo ang pantungkol dito sa Brigadang Eskwela ito, di ba? Ang ating departamento ay napakaraming budget. Bilyon-bilyon, Doc. Bakit kailangan pa po ba nating magkaroon ng Brigada Eskwela sa ating mga paaralan, Doc?
Kailangan pa rin pong gawin ang Brigada Eskwela dahil po ang atin naman pong edukasyon ay taon-taon naman po natin, tuloy-tuloy po nating binibigay yan. Kaya ang ibig pong sabihin ngayon pagka sinabing Brigada Eskwela sa panahon ngayon na pandemya, sir, iba po yung context po natin pagdating sa Brigada Eskwela. Dahil po hindi po sila physical po, no? Hindi physical na lahat dumarating ng mga stakeholder. Meron po tayong iba't ibang mga paraan upang makatanggap po ang mga paaralan ng mga tulong. Ito man ay financial o mga items po, ang ating pong mga paaralan ay may mga mekanismo po sa pagtanggap.
Doc, halimbawa, tatanggapin po nila, paano po yung mga ginagawa nila? Paano yung mga pamamaraan ng pagtanggap nila? Baka ma-technical po sila. Or baka bawal. Hindi po ba?
Sa guidelines po natin, no, sa Department of Education, dahil po ang tema natin ay tungkol po sa bayanihan o ang pagtulong-tulong po ng ating mga stakeholders para po mapanatiling ligtas at mapanatiling maituloy po natin yung quality education nga po na tinatawag. Ito po ay sa iba't ibang paraan, no, sa pagtanggap natin. Halimbawa, dahil hindi makakapunta yung stakeholder, no, maaari po siyang magpadala online o maipadala po nila through other people yung pong kanilang mga tulong. Yung iba naman po, pagka serbisyo naman po yung gusto nilang ibigay o ibahagi sa paaralan, ay nagkakaroon pa rin po tayo ng scheduling. Dapat po kasi naka-align pa rin po tayo sa IATF guidelines. Para naman po hindi lang yung paaralan ng ligtas, kundi pati na rin po yung mga stakeholder natin.
Ibig sabihin, halimbawa po, Doc, yung mga 4Ps na pumupunta, kasali po ba sila sa listahan ng tinatawag nating brigada eskwela, samantalang parang obligasyon na nila yon, di ba, Doc? Yung pong pagtulong ng 4Ps sa school.
Siguro po, sir, ang gawin po nating mindset po kasi natin pag sinabi nating stakeholder, lahat po 'yan. Ibig pong sabihin lahat po na maari nating makapartner, hindi lang po dahil kailangan po nilang pumunta doon sa paaralan para tumulong, kung hindi bilang kapartner po natin sa pagbibigay ng tamang edukasyon. So hindi po natin tinitingnan kung ano man yung kanilang estado sa buhay. Basta po gustong tumulong, gustong mag-volunteer, pwede po, sir. Welcome po ang ating mga paaralan.
Lahat pwede. Di po ba sa mga paaralan natin, alam naman po natin, Doc, na naghahangad ng award yung mga principal. Siyempre, kahit na ako, gusto ko ring ma-promote. Di po ba? Siyempre naman, para dagdag sweldo, dagdag guhit doon sa ating rank bilang teacher 1 magiging teacher 2 o kaya principal 1 magiging 2 o kaya principal 3. Halimbawa, nag-donate si Mayor, kadikit ko si Mayor, nag-donate siya 2 million. Paano po yun, Doc? Meron po bang puntos yun?
Sa atin pong Brigada Eskwela, Sir Rally, lahat po ay nire-recognize po natin, no? Lahat po ng ating mga stakeholder at ang kanilang mga tulong, pati na rin po yung mga paaralan ay nire-recognize din natin sa effort po nila na sa pagtanggap din at paghanap din po ng mga tumutulong sa kanila. So sa Brigada Eskwela po, public man po yan o mula sa private na organization, nire-recognize, binibigyan po natin sila ng certificate o maaari rin pong tropeyo sa ibang sa ibang sa ibang paraan po. Sa pagdating po sa punto, sir, meron po tayong guidelines ng mula po sa ating central office, Department of Education, na banggitin ko lang po, no, sir, yung ating DEPED memorandum OU-LAPP number Q-008 Series 2021. Nandito po yung mga guidelines, sir, no, ng pagpupuntos. Sa pagpupuntos po ngayon, dahil dahil po sa pandemya, no, binago rin po ng ating kagawaran na nakaayon po doon sa pangangailangan po ng paaralan. Ang isang area po dito, sir,
Doc,
yung pong Brigada Eskwela Partnership Engagement Activities, meaning magkakapuntos po ang paaralan pagka po ang stakeholder ay nakipag-partner sa ating paaralan at na-engage po, nabigyan po ng positive na impact ang ating mga learners, teachers, pati na rin po ang non-teaching personnel.
sinabi po ninyo yung positive na impact. Paano po natin ma-measure o ma-gauge kung talagang positive yung impact po niya sa mga bata?
Okay, magsisimula po yan sa orientation na sir.
Opo.
So meron po tayong aalamin po natin kung ano po yung mga means, mga ways po, mga paraan kung paano po natin ma-reach yung ating mga stakeholder. Halimbawa, ang ating pong stakeholder ay through online, no? Maari pong magbigay ng orientation ang ating mga teachers, ang kaguruan po natin kung tungkol saan po ba ang COVID, ano po ba yung COVID. So isa po 'yon sa orientation, yung safety po. So tungkol po 'yan sa knowledge or information dissemination po ng COVID-19 at paano ito maiiwasan. Kasama po 'yun sir sa partnership and engagement. So ilan pa po doon yung mga sanitation, paano po natin maiiwasan ang pagkakaroon ng COVID-19. So, magtuturo din po tayo ng hand washing. So, ilan po yun sa mga programa, sir, na ginagawa po ng paaralan para po ma-reach natin yung mga stakeholder. Hindi lang po yung ating mga serbisyong paglilinis ng school o kaya
pamimigay
donasyon.
ng donasyon.
Opo, hindi lang po yun, sir. So,
Mm-mm.
kasama po yun sa impact po and engagement sa ating mga stakeholder.
Di po ba natapos na yung pamimili ng mga school? Natapos na po kayo dun sa pamimili ng school? Kung sino-sino ang mga school na entry sa ating division? At kung
Opo.
sino yung mga na-qualify bilang mga eskwelahang nagpatupad ng brigada eskwela sa nakarang taon po ba yon o ngayong taon na ito, Doc?
Nakarang taon po, 2020 po.
Pero na-awardan na po ba sila? Hindi pa po.
Hindi pa po. sir.
Kasalukuyan po ninyo silang pinipili.
Ibabalidate pa lang po natin ang mga paaralan na ito mula February 15 hanggang March 4 po.
Sa pagpababalidate po, Doc, di ba bawal po ang face-to-face? Bawal po hindi po ba bawal ang pagpunta sa school?
Ang ating pong mga validators, so, ang mga kasapi po dun sa Brigada Eskwela Committee, sila po ay pupunta po dun sa paaralan.
Mismo, Doc?
Opo, para po i-check po kung talagang nandiyan nga po yung mga nire-report nilang donasyon at pati na rin po yung mga serbisyong nagawa ay recorded. So tinitingnan po yan, ibabalidate po yan ng ating mga committee members.
Sino po ang bumubuo sa mga committee members, mga miyembro ng committee, Doc?
Opo.
Sino-sino po sila?
Syempre po sa ating ang ating pong mga consultant ay ang ating mahal na superintendent, si Dr. Ronaldo Pozon.
Opo.
Na kasama pong ating mga ASDSS, si Assistant Superintendent Capili and Assistant Superintendent Vega. Ang ating pong head po ng panel po ng judges ay ang ating pong chief ng SGOD na si Dr. Noel Linsao at co-chair po ang ating education supervisor ng SGOD, si Engineer Carion po, at ako po, at ang ating pong mga judges ay mula po sa health unit, mula rin po sa monitoring and evaluation at sa human resource and development.
So, yung mga yun po, may kanya-kanyang checklist sa pag-validate.
Opo, sir. Meron po silang area na naka-assign
kanya-kanya
na kung
po.
saan po naka-align po doon yung kanilang mga specialization. Halimbawa po, sir, pagka sinabi natin yung una pong area, Brigada Eskwela Partnership and Engagement Activities. Dahil para po ito sa impact po ng learners and teaching and non-teaching personnel, ang ating pong inilagay na part ng lead ng panel ay ang Human Resource and Development.
Bali si Ma'am?
Si Madam Jean Therese Feliciano po. Opo. Sa second area naman, sir, yung ating resources generated relative to COVID-19 interventions o yung mga resources na natanggap po natin ng mga paaralan na panlaban po sa COVID. Ang atin pong lead dyan ay si Dr. Marilyn
si
Manalo,
Doktora,
ang ating pong Medical Officer 3 ng DEPED Tarlac Province. Opo. At sa huli naman po, yung bayanihan effort po At yung support po natin sa pagpapatuloy po ng quality education, ang atin naman pong SEPs ng SMME si Dr. Carlos Hipolito, nakasama po naman si Dr. Elisa Gomez po ng Social Mobilization and Networking.
Halimbawa po, Doc, sa mga napili ninyo parang meron kayong napiling dalawa na tie. Paano po ninyo i-break yung tie?
Ito po ay pag-uusapan, sir, ng committee.
Opo.
Kaya po meron tayong head ng committee at
Opo.
meron din po tayong consultants upang po talagang makilatis po, sir, kung sino po ang mas nagkaroon ng mas deserving po doon sa ating recognition ng Brigada Eskwela.
Ibigay ang award sa karapat-dapat. Kanya na siya na po. Ngayon, sir, di po ba nabanggit nyo po kanina na may mga entry na may mga na-qualify na?
Opo, sir.
Ano-ano po bang kategorya yung mga sir? At ano-ano po yung mga schools na yon para sa kaalaman ng ating mga tagapakinig at ng ating mga tagapanood at mapaghandaan lalo nila at mapaghanda nila para sa darating na validation.
Okay po. Sir, dala ko po dito yung listahan ng mga nag-qualify po na entry. So, ang atin pong Brigada Eskwela ay may dalawang kategorya para sa elementary po at saka para sa secondary or sa high school. Sa elementary po, meron po tayong small, medium, and large elementary school. Samantalang sa secondary naman po ay ganun din, meron ding small, medium, at saka large schools.
Opo.
So, banggitin ko na, sir.
Opo, sige po.
So, kinagagalak ko pong basahin yung pong ilang sa ating mga entries po ng Brigada Eskwela. So sa elementary small division po, we have sa Herona North District po ay ang Apsayan Elementary School. Sa Herona South ay Parasulingan Elementary School. Sa Mayantok, sir, meron ang Melesio Manganahan Elementary School. Sa Moncada North District po ay ang San Pedro Elementary School at
Puro malalayo yata yan, sir.
Sa Ramos, sir.
Puro malalayo po pero parang kagagaling ng mga principal nila.
Sir, yun nga po kaya po tayo magbabalidate, sir, upang talagang makita natin kung sino po yung deserving.
Opo.
Sa 5 po yan, maglalaban-laban po sila para sa first, second, and third. So sa elementary medium naman, sir, Angelin A.D. Jimenez Elementary School ng Capas East, Gabaldon Elementary School ng Herona North, Karamutan Elementary School ng La Paz South, Gabaldon Central Elementary School ng San Manuel, at sa San Manuel din po, San Salcedo Elementary School. Sa elementary large po, meron po tayong Herona North Central Elementary School, Engracio Castañeda Elementary School ng La Paz North, Moncada North Central Elementary School, Santa Ignacia North Central Elementary School, at ang Victoria East Central School. Sa elementary mega, so we have the Capas West Central Elementary School, Camiling Central Elementary School, Capas Gabaldon Elementary School, Cristo Rey East Elementary School, Dapdap Resettlement Elementary School. So sa secondary naman, sir, tuloy ko na po, no? So sa secondary po, meron po tayo sa small category, Demetrio F. Nagtalon Integrated School, Baquero Norte Integrated School, Dueg High School, Pakpako Integrated School, Pilpila High School. Sa secondary medium po, meron po ang Aranguren Integrated School, Benavista High School, Pura Community School, San Juan de Valdez Integrated School, at Sakata National High School. Sa secondary large, sir, Birbira High School, San Pedro National High School, San Juan Santa Maria High School, Estepona National High School, at Nambalan High School. So, dun po sa secondary mega.
Ano po yung mega? May mega pa po. Parang Sharon Cuneta, Doc. May mega pa, may... ano naman po yan?
Mas malaki pa po ito sa large, Sir Rally.
Mega, kaya po mega.
Kaya mega. So, meron po yung San Roque National High School, Bilad High School, Capas High School, Ramos National High School, at Tarlac National High School Main. So, ayan. Sila po ang maglalaban-laban po sa bawat kategorya.
Bawat kategorya po, Doc.
Opo.
Ngayon, Doc, na-classify po, small, medium, large, tapos
Mega.
may mega pa po, ano? Mega. Paano po nyo i-classify sa ganong mga classification po? Kasi according to the number of teachers,
Opo,
according to the number of pupils, so ano po?
Ang classification po ayon po sa ating guidelines ay according po sa number po ng guro. So, depende po yan sa number ng teacher po, kaya po nabibigyan po ng kategorya
Opo.
yung isang paaralan sa brigada eskwela.
Halimbawa sa mega, gustong-gusto ko po yung mega, malaki. Malawak or siguro parang Tarlac National High School. Opo.
Ang mega po kasi sir ay at least 50 na teachers.
Pataas
50 po pataas. So, pagka ganun na po kadami ang ating mga guro, makaklassify na pong paaralan na
mega po. Doon po sa sir, doon sa pababa. Large.
30 to
50, 49. Ganun po siya.
30 to 50. Ayan, 30
yun
to
po
50.
yung mga large, Doc. Doc, bilang bilang officer in charge ng SOCMOB, hindi po ba kayo nag-adjust? Hindi po ba kayo dati, ngayon po ang present na position po ninyo, bukod sa pagiging OIC, officer in charge ng SOCMOB and networking unit, social mobilization and networking unit, kayo po ay
PDO2 po.
PDO2 po. Ngayon, tumaas ang inyong rank.
OIC pa lang naman sir.
Pero yan na po. Yan na po siya eh.
Opo.
Preparation na po siya. Mahirap po ba yung ganun, sir?
Meron din po, no, pero sa tingin ko po challenge po ito, Sir Rally.
Sa inyo po.
Para po masubukan din po natin ang sarili natin kung hanggang saan po tayo pwedeng magsilbi po sa ating mga kliyente po sa gobyerno natin.
Nakita ko po kasi, nakasama ko po kayo at nakita ko po ang inyong pagtatrabaho. Talagang sub-sub, talagang nagsusunog po kayo ng kilay. At talagang hanggang ngayon single po kayo, di ba? Napakagwapo, di ba sir?
Part talaga yun ang tanong mo, Sir Rally.
Opo. Kasi po, lahat ng mga nagtatagumpay sa trabaho, tumututok talaga sa trabaho. Tumututok sa tungkuling ginagampanan nila. Ngayon, Doc, dahil nasa SOCMOB kayo, maraming mga taong pumupunta doon. Ano? Mga nagpapatulong kung paano magpa-establish ng school. Nagpapatulong kung paano yung mga papel na ipiprepare patungkol dito sa tinatawag nating brigada eskwela. Ano-ano po yung mga papel o mga requirement ng brigada eskwela?
Tungkol po sa establishment ng school.
Hindi po, yung brigada eskwela, sir.
So sa brigada eskwela po, hindi naman po maiiba yun doon sa dati nating ginagawa pagdating po sa documentation. So part po niyan ay ang mga listahan po ng mga tumulong.
Opo.
At ang kanila pong itinulong, maging serbisyo man yan o tulong pinansyal o item.
Opo.
So lahat po dapat yun naka-inventaryo, sir, para po makita po natin at ma-recognize na rin ang tulong ng mga stakeholder. So yun po mga forms po ng inventory, ang ating pong mga deeds of donation and acceptance.
Lahat po yan.
Opo, at kung meron po tayong mga na-establish na MOA o yung mga agreement po, Memorandum of Agreement o Memorandum of Understanding, ito po ay kailangan nakahanda, sir. Para po maipakita talaga na ang ating mga stakeholder ay tumutulong talaga sa atin.
Opo. Kung ako po, halimbawa, ako po isang principal, Doc, gusto ko talagang manalo. Saan po ako tututok doon sa mga sinabi ninyong mga criteria?
According po doon sa ating division memorandum,
yung may pinakamalaking puntos. Opo.
Yung pong unang-una po doon yung yung first area po natin, no, yung engagement activities. Ito po ay 40%. 30% naman po sa resources generated para sa COVID at 30% din naman po para doon sa bayanihan effort. So 40-30-30
Okay
yan,
po.
sir.
Doc Lawrence, maraming salamat po sa inyong mga ibinigay na paliwanag patungkol sa Brigada Eskwela.
Maraming salamat.
Bilang
po.
panghuling pananalita po, anong masasabi ninyo sa ating mga tagapakinig at mga tagapanood? Lalo't nakita tayo sa TV.
Oo nga,
At
sir.
na maririnig tayo sa radyo. Lalong-lalo na po, maulit-ulit tayo sa Facebook. Ano pong masasabi ninyo sa mga nakikinig ngayon?
Nagpapasalamat po ako sa opportunity na ito para po maipakilala po natin ang SOCMOB bilang unit po. Ito po kasi ang sangay ng DEPED na kung saan tumatanggap po tayo, nakikipag-partner po tayo sa ating external partners na tinatawag mga stakeholder. So meron po tayong SOCMOB office. Maari po kayong tumawag sa numero bilang 045-982-0374 o maari po nyong sadyain kami dun sa ating opisina sa DEPED SOCMOB office or Social Mobilization Unit sa DEPED Tarlac Province, San Roque, Tarlac City. Yun
Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po.
Salamat po, Doc. Muli, sa ngalan ng Project Shine sa Radyo Pilipino, Aral TarlakHenyo, sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino, ang inyong lingkod, Rally G. Castro, nagsasabing, sa bawat pagsubok, sa bawat problema, Diyos ang sandigan, kaya natin ito.
Ilang araw pa lamang mula nang maiangat ang enhanced community quarantine sa ilang lugar sa bansa, ngunit makikita na ang mabigat na trapiko. Mga residenteng lumalabas ng kani-kanilang mga tahanan, walang mask at wala rin halos physical distancing.
Remember, the easing up of the restrictions, hindi iyan sabihin na wala na ang COVID. If you get COVID, you go to the hospital. Yung hospital, yung kama ibigay sa iyo, kalilinis lang kasi 1 hour before may namatay doon. Ikaw na naman ang papalit. Ikaw yung pang-anim kung hindi ka talaga magsunod ng batas. At totoo lang, COVID is very lethal. We cannot afford a second or third wave.
Gusto mo bang lumabas? Gusto mo bang magka-COVID-19? Ako, ayoko. Kaya ugaling maghugas ng kamay. Magsuot ng mask kapag lalabas ng bahay. Panatilihin ang safe physical distancing. Bahay muna. Buhay muna.
Tuwing sasapit ang alas 5 ng hapon, parangalan natin ang ating mga kababayan na nasa unahan laban sa COVID-19. Lumabas tayo sa pintuan ng ating mga tahanan. Dumungaw tayo sa ating mga bintana. At atin silang bigyan ng masigabong palakpakan. Gumawa tayo ng ingay. Ipagbunyi ang ating frontliners. At ipahayag ang ating walang hanggang suporta sa kanilang kabayanihan.
Gusto ko lang pong i-take itong opportunity ito para magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga doktor at nurses, especially yung mga nag-alaga po sa akin, sa buong Asian Hospital at sa lahat po ng ating frontliners.
Umawit tayo at sumayaw at ipakita ang ating talento bilang pagsaludo sa mga bayaning nasa unahan. Talunin natin ang COVID-19. Sama-sama nating pagalingin ang ating inang bayan. Kaya natin to. We heal as one.
As the world faces COVID-19, there are several measures one can take to help fight this virus. Here are some ways to prevent the spread of the virus. Number 1, avoid big crowds. Number 2, maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between you and the person who shows symptoms of the disease. Number 3, always cover your mouth or nose with tissues or your arm when coughing or sneezing and immediately throw away use tissues. Number 4, avoid touching your mouth and nose. Number 5, wear a face mask if you are experiencing fever, cough, and colds. Number 6, wash your hands regularly with clean water and soap. Number 7, always bring an alcohol-based sanitizer wherever you go. If you are experiencing symptoms such as fever, cough, cold, shortness of breath, or having difficulty breathing, head to the nearest hospital as soon as you can or call the following hotline for assistance. DOH hotline 02-8651-7800, local 1149 to 1150. And to keep track of the current number of COVID-19 cases in the Philippines, you can go to ncovtracker.doh.gov.ph. We can beat this as long as we're always prepared and work together. For more information, you can visit the Department of Health's official website at www.doh.gov.ph. This is Secretary Martin Andanar of the Presidential Communications Operations Office.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.